up? Hello. How are we? How are you? How am I? Hello, John. What's up? In early. I love it. And if anyone is watching the Discord, you might notice. Well, actually, I guess if Pingcord did it, it might not have. Wait, let's see. Oh, it didn't. Well, I'll post it. No worries. Because this is the first time in a long time that we're multi-platform. Oh, wait, that didn't work. Well, whatever. Twitch.tv/megaphoneman. We are back on Twitch. Hello. It's exciting to be back. Dr. Hoovy in the Twitch chat. I already see it. I'm excited. We have not been on Twitch in many a moon. And I guess it's short housekeeping. It's easy. Because I didn't realize it would be so easy. I was talking to my landlord about the internet issues that we've been having. And I've been talking to him off and on, about it. And I finally just said, hey, landlord, can we just put a coax in this room so that I can, just go directly into the modem? And he's like, sure. We've been going back and forth on can I, run Ethernet through the walls? How are we going to split that price? Blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, you can put a coax in there. Yeah. So now we're all good. Now we're hardwired in. And I am truly, honestly, maybe this is jinxing it, but I am truly not worried about dropping frames. Because every time I've been hardwired in, as I currently am, we've never had any issues. So I decided to celebrate / test by going back on Twitch. So I think, personally, for me, that's very exciting. Sometimes the best solution is the easiest one. Truly. Truly, Dr. Hoovy. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's literally just that easy. But I think that's exciting. And I am excited to be back. Excited for more Critical Eyes? Me too. Me too. With that, also, I'm going to do a quick... I have energy drinks, chocolate, and megaphone man. That sounds like a good time. I am going to I'm going to try to remember to do this. Oh, wait, why is it what? Oh, no. Something happened. What happened? Why didn't it No, it's not disabled. Dude. The chat bot is wrong. That's crazy. It's just straight up wrong. Is it actually wait. Yeah. It's straight up wrong. What the hell? That's crazy. Oh well. That's fine. What's up, everybody? I haven't even said any names. Daniel, Michael, Delphi, Valkyrie. How you doing, Michael? Did you manage not to faint? I was honestly nervous because I didn't even say it last night because it was right before the stream with Ryan, which, by the way, was killer. I loved it. I may end up doing some small chapters for it just to make it easier. But it was super fun. If you are at all interested in watching other DMs prep and create, super duper fun, I thought. But I didn't mention it that stream. I had been on the line with the ISP for 2 or 3 hours that morning. I am still convinced. Well, I say on the line. Part of it was on the phone. Part of it was on an online chat bot. But it said I was connected to a live agent. I am 95% sure it was an AI. Like, it said live agent, but either it was an AI or it was people really sticking to a script. Like, sticking hard to a script. And like a script that only kind of made sense. I'm nearly positive. Because they were just responding in ways that didn't make sense. Like, I don't even really know. I would have to like read off specifics to really like be able to catch the vibe. I've never thought this when interacting with like an online chat agent. I've never just assumed it was an AI, but this one was so odd. And like, it didn't even, it said that it was getting me an appointment, which it did. At first I thought that it wasn't even going to get me one. And then it said it was like getting me the best time slot and all this. And then I went onto the online portal after it scheduled it, and it was like third best. It was not like the earliest or like the easiest time slot at all. Yeah, it was strange. It was very, very strange. None of these issues have ever been tracked back to past the router. It's always been between the router and computer. No. Asterisk. Yes, but also no. I would say about 70% of the issues are router and beyond, and about 30% of them are modem and beyond. And the ones that we fixed that 30% mostly. The 70% still hangs out just because of like the geography of my apartment. It's weird to explain. I've kind of drawn a map before on a different stream. But there's all sorts of like wonky shit with my apartment that just like, if I can go straight into the modem, and I'm not even actually straight in, I'm like through the router, but it's just acting as a switch. If I can go straight in, I can eliminate like 70% of the problem. And I can especially eliminate the problem that was giving me like upload speed bottlenecks, which mean that we can be back on Twitch. So we might not be totally done with internet issues, but we are done with like bandwidth bottleneck issues. Ideally, knock on wood. But yeah, it would not surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me either. Somebody's punish you hard. Yeah. It's weird just because even if it was, I don't even know how to explain it. It was just like the ways in which it was responding just didn't quite line up. And it seemed like it didn't really know what I was talking about. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe I'll post the logs. I'll sanitize them and then post them so that people can see. Yeah, it was weird. But with that, my takeaway. My takeaway from last episode is not that complicated. It is essentially it's twofold. Someone mentioned in the comments of, if you want to encourage your players to like take time seriously and to like because we had that big short rest conversation, and I was saying, for short rests to, as written raw, to really work, the trade-off of time has to be worth it. There has to be a reason they can't just take a long rest. And someone mentioned in the comments that having the players find something that, happened recently, but that they essentially missed, is a way to get them thinking and caring about time. And I agree. Asterisk. I agree to an extent. I think the players will care about a miss. Like if they missed something, just chronologically or like time wise, they'll care about that if they feel like they chose not to do it earlier. And I would say that situation of finding the vestige holder in the basement, that was like the only way that they even found that house was after a really long extended skill challenge with Vax that was relatively hard. And so I don't think that the players thought, man, we really should have found this earlier. They're going to think like, oh man, like what's happening? I don't want to phrase this like what Matt did is bad at all, because I really think that it really is a good way to, I say this often, and it's part of what I think Matt's really good at when I refer to like the magic trick of D&D, is he's really good at making the world feel like it's moving around the characters, right? Not that they're at like the center of it, but that it's moving without their input. And I think that them finding the aftermath of this battle between the vestige holder and Ripley is really great for that. It's really, really great for making it feel like there are other people doing other things out in the world, which is great. And it's a really core part of the magic trick. But I don't know that it's necessarily going to make them care about time. Because it's not like they, I mean, in a literal way, they chose to go to the casino instead of going to the house. But I don't think that they had enough awareness of there potentially like being something to discover in the house, if that makes sense. For that to hit home in the like, oh, we're not managing our time well sort of way. You know what I'm saying? And there's all sorts of like, you know, how would this have played out types of questions. Like, I see, yeah, maybe because they went to Draconia before Ank'Harel. I think that those sorts of things, that's part of the magic trick. Who knows? You know, it may have worked out exactly the same. And, you know, in fiction, Ripley just showed up a week earlier. It may not have mattered. But I think that them finding the aftermath makes it feel as though that sort of choice did matter, of like going to Draconia, going to Ank'Harel. But I don't think it's going to hit home a like time management sort of feeling. Again, not to say it was bad. It was good. Just for like different factors, I think. And broadly, I'm very, however, Ripley being gone is another piece that they're having to manage now in the face of these increasing timers, right? Or of timers getting closer and closer together. And hunting down Ripley might require not only travel, but like research and a lot of things that are probably best handled during like downtime type stuff of like finding information about where she went. And so I think on its face, it's a very time consuming activity to go and hunt her down because I mean, it's a needle in a haystack. It's a doctor in Exandria, you know? She could be fucking anywhere. And so it's going to be very naturally time-consuming to hunt her. So I do think that, like, the presentation of it might make them care about time from that perspective, but still not in the, like, moment-to-moment ways where, like, short rests become applicable. Because the time expenditure is going to be doing things like talking to people and and researching. You know, it's not like moment to moment time activities. It's weird. It's a gray ball of mush that is hard to unravel. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I'm very excited to see where this goes. I love a hunting sequence, like a either for trying to find out where someone that you care about, like an ally, is, like tracking them down, or vice versa, tracking down an enemy and a villain and tracking down where they are. I love those sorts of sequences. I think they can do really, really well for bringing forth a lot of things that aren't used as often. So they will bring forth stuff like scrying, which is not super uncommon, especially at Vox Machina's table. But it can bring forth some other interesting exploration type spells and features. And yeah, I'm excited for it. Yeah. 90% of my 90% of the time, my choice in BG3 between long and short rest is just, do I feel like I might get dialogue at camp yet? Yeah, I feel like that's fair. Yeah. I don't know the invert around these apps, but I would guess the 1 week ago thing lines up with just around the Umbrasyl fight, but it's not like Matt is punishing them. I don't see it as a you chose poorly thing. No, I don't think so either. That's what I'm saying. I think I think this is why it's a good magic trick, right? I think it's why it's good is because I agree. It doesn't feel like you. Here, I'm gonna go to this. It doesn't feel like he's saying you chose poorly by going, to Draconia versus Ank'Harel. It just feels like, hey, things are happening no matter where you go, which again I think is like the good part. Or is a way that Matt is really good at making the world feel alive, is them finding the aftermath of things. Things have already happened and you just weren't here. The world does not wait for you to get here. And whether or not Matt was tracking, day by day, okay, how long ago, I could go either way on this. I don't know if this is true or not. Matt might have been tracking like, okay, yeah, Ripley is going to attack the vestige holder on this day. Maybe that is totally the case. I think it's also just as viable that he wasn't tracking any specific days. He just knew whenever they get there, they're going to be about a week behind Ripley. And I think either one is going to accomplish the goal of making it feel like the world is vibrant and moving around them. Yeah, I have no idea what you mean. I'm saying them finding aftermath makes the world feel deeper, but it doesn't necessarily make them care more about their time, if that makes sense, and like how they're spending their time, because it doesn't show. It's not showing them you chose a worse option or you were just fiddle sticking around and missed Ripley and the vestige holder, right? So I don't think it's going to make them like in detail care about their time expenditure. Just finding this aftermath. However, the actual process of needing to hunt down Ripley now, that is now going to be a pressure on their time, because like finding someone and tracking someone down is difficult. Oh, I meant that as strawberry. Oh no! Whoops. I might have a prediction. I have a prediction that one got away while still very hard to see too. I can't say what it is because spoiler, but I don't. Eventually we get to C2 chat. Oh, okay. This conversation is extra fun because one of the more interesting external time pressure examples I've seen from one of CR published book one shots. Wait, because one of the more is from one of CR published book one shots. Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Okay. But yeah, so overall, I really like the choice. You've gotten 3 on Twitch? Oh, wait. No, you're on YouTube. You're on YouTube. But, so there's supposed to be conservative ads. I did turn the auto ad manager on a little bit ago, but it should be showing you like 1 every hour, ideally. That might not include a pre-roll. I guess give it a second to work out the kinks. It shouldn't have anything to do with Twitch. The Twitch ads and the YouTube ads are not linked up. Yeah, let me know if it's continuing to be like all the time. Because it should be not very frequent, is the setting I have it on, at least. It is going to be at random spots though, yeah. But yeah. Let's see. I've only gotten 1 right when you went live. Okay. Yeah. See how it kind of works itself out, and I guess we'll see. Okay. It is morphine, but not too obnoxious, and I understand the need to monetize. Yeah. Well, and YouTube's live monetization is strange. I'll say that. Because it's like, what I would really like to do is be able to just schedule mid-roll frequencies, which is an option that it has. But the highest amount of time it'll let you do is 30 minutes if you set it to an actual time interval. Whereas if you let them insert it for you and set it to conservative, ideally it's supposed to be less than every 30 minutes, but that sucks. Yeah. But yeah, unfortunately. I don't mind it. Just thought 3 and 20. Yeah, 3 and 20 is more than it should have been. So yeah, let me know if that pace keeps up. But because I might try to figure out something else. I don't think. Ooh, actually, let me see. My backend bot that I use to manage some things just got a big ol' update recently. And before it couldn't run ads on YouTube. It could run ads on Twitch. So if I set like both of them to manual, I wonder, can I run ads yet? Oh, I can't. Man, yeah. Once I can run ads, if I could manually, quote unquote, trigger YouTube ads inside of streamer.bot, I would be in full control. It would be fine. But doing them manually otherwise is kind of finicky because the studio UI is not as good. Anyways, we are going to get started pretty quick here because this is going to be, it is theoretically possible that we do the entire thing today. It's only 3 hours and 10 minutes. However, that 3 hours and 10 minutes is at low speed up, which does not surprise me at all. And I have a feeling that it is going to be like in detail detective work and or like reconvening with people in Draconia or reconvening with people in Whitestone. Like, I have a feeling like it's going to be a lot of dense talking. So I'm not super optimistic that we will finish the entire ep today. I think I'm more, the 2 hours and 5 minutes, according to the estimations, is still going to be like a 6.5 hour stream. So I think, I'm confident that we'll finish the first half, and then we'll do a vibe check at the first half, see how far we are. But I think that's... Did I unmute this? I think I did. That's pretty much it. And we will get into it. But yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about if I had any predictions, but I think that so much of it is really dependent on what they choose to do. Like, it's super duper dependent on, like, are they going to go after Ripley? Or they could just choose to not. She only has, like, one vestige as far as they know. I mean, I guess she could have more. So, like, they don't need to. But I also find it... I feel like Percy won't be able to just, like, let that go. Because he's the only one that's really got, like, interacted with people that have confirmed, like, because he interacted with Victor, right? And Victor was like, yeah, like, Ripley's still fucking out there. But no one else was there, I think, at least, when Percy was doing that. So now that the rest of the party has seen it, I feel like they're going to encourage him as well a little bit. That's interesting. I love you, but there's no way we do this in one stream. Got it. Okay. Hey, that's that is generally or I shouldn't say generally what I assumed, but that seems reasonable. That seems believable to me. But yeah. So you're saying it's one of those Grog gets bored episodes? I honestly don't know. Grog gets bored when they're just, like, checking in with their allies and planning. But I feel like if they need to, like, go and, like, set up a meet with someone, I feel like Grog's pretty into that, you know? So, but it might be. Especially if Percy has any manner of wacky plan for tracking down Ripley, which I can absolutely see it building some sort of wacky machinery that they go on a big long shopping trip. Yeah. I'm not the type of fan that remembers those. Yeah. John is cold as ice. I think John's being realistic. He knows what's coming. But with that, we'll hop into it. Because I think that there's not much that I can truly predict, I think, beforehand. I think maybe halfway through I'll be able to pause and do a bit of predicting.
I prepared an epic presentation tonight. It was multimedia, there was song elements, there was rhyming verse, sonnets. I wrote a great poem about how Backblaze is unlimited and you can get it for just $5 a month, about how it backs up. You get all your data anywhere in the world, on the web or on your phones, and you can get a full featured preview of it by going to backblaze.com/criticalrole. I wrote all this stuff down.
I will say, amusingly Saunters, because I haven't, I guess, addressed this is the wrong phrase, but I haven't like talked about this in a while of like the different speeds. I've landed on like 1.75 for combat and 1.35 for talking and narration. Any higher than 1.35, people either comment about it in chat, or especially VOD viewers have trouble with it because they're also trying to watch me at like a sped up pace. And it also, I've realized, leads to more rewinding, because if they ever start like mentioning something I want to write down, 1.35 I can about type along with, but 1.5 it gets a little bit away from me. So yeah, for narrative stuff, I kind of can't go above 135, unless it's pre-recorded, and then I can rewind, but that's a whole other thing. He's not even through the SAM ad. Yeah, I am still very early, Moda. But we're going to get through the SAM ad. I promise. I swear. To be fair, I am starting much later than I normally do. So if you're just used to like the schedule and the timing, it would seem later, you know?
On my laptop, but my laptop had a catastrophic hard drive failure today.
Oh, no.
I couldn't back it up with Backblaze. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. This is my art that I made. My art. There's a whole piece about you and brought you to tears. You'll never get to hear anything.
What about me?
There was nothing about you. But it was beautiful artwork that I made that you'll never get to hear. However, I do remember one little piece of it. I wrote this song from scratch about Backblaze. It's an original piece, not based on any Broadway musical, and it goes like this. 525,600 fanfics, 525,000 doodles of grog, 525,000 nudies of Perslith. How do you back up a creator's hard drive? How about Backblaze? How about Backblaze? Sam wrote this song. Okay, good.
Thank you. I'm so in love with you right now. Backblaze.
There
Never
we
sounded
go.
so good.
Look, hey, any potential advertisers out there, I will write you just as original in quality of songs as as Samwise. I don't know why I was Ganji over there. I'll sing Rent. I'll sing Rent for a sponsor any day of the week. I would love it. I've been here before under a different name. Oh, gotcha. Fair enough. It's so funny. I have not. Backblaze must have been one of those companies. I've noticed lately that there's a lot of companies that did like a big ad push on YouTube and then just haven't been back since, but I think are still in operation. Like, I don't think that Backblaze is like defunct, right? But they did like a big, unless they're still sponsoring Critical Role and just like that one only, that's very possible. Yeah, it seems like they're still up and running. Yeah, the leading open cloud storage platform. Is that right? The Percy Keelan ship name threw me. What was it, Perklith or whatever? I missed it. Met his wife in rival a cappella groups. That's a fun Sam fact that I was not aware of. That's sick. Me and Paige did not meet in rival a cappella groups. I can confirm. This is not a mega Sam moment.
And let's get into this episode.
Also, I saw this on the time codes beforehand. Like I was pasting in all the time codes, getting ready for stream. And I saw this and I was like, this sounds like, I don't know, this sounds like not true. I don't know why. But like, I have not thought about them potentially leveling up in months, probably. I don't remember the last time I was like, I wonder what level they are. Like, at this point, they have just faded into the like high level soup where it's like, I feel like past like levels 10 to 12, I'm kind of just like, yeah, they're high level. And I'm barely paying attention anymore, or even like possibly thinking about, what level are they? What, things do they have access to? Not thinking about that for a second. And so I saw this in there. I was like, oh yeah, they do still level up. They're not just like level 20s. I kind of forgot. Which is so funny because it's something that I'm always like aware of in my own games, whether I'm, a player or a DM, I'm always thinking about it. And yeah, it just totally fade out. I thought you said Vax Keelan. Oh no, Percy Keelan. Yeah. I look, you hate that Matt is still leveling them unevenly. It's old school shit. Like leveling unevenly was something that I think I don't remember how we did it in my first campaign. It's all a blur, but I think I might have leveled them unevenly in my first campaign. I don't remember. Or maybe I switched midway. Because I find leveling unevenly, unless it's in like a West Marches campaign, to be very, I find leveling unevenly to have very few benefits over the other two styles. Like, I can see positives and negatives for both XP and milestone. And actually, in the session 0 for the campaign that I'm just starting up, we debated. We were like, do we want to do XP? Do we want to do milestone? And ultimately, like, my players were pretty even on it, and they kind of just said, hey, it's up to you. And I'm still not sure if I'm going to do milestone or XP. I will say, if I do XP, I'm going to give XP for non-combat. I don't like combat-only XP. I like giving XP for other non-combat challenges as well. But if you do loop in those things of like XP outside of combat, then I don't know. There's something interesting to be said for when you put an XP value to it. It's a little bit more information for the players, and like they can get like a sense of accomplishment. I've also weaponized XP before, where I think I've told this story before, where my players started a plague, and between sessions, after said plague started and was rampaging through a nearby town, I just put into our chat like 5 XP, 6 XP, 7 XP, 8 XP, 4 XP, 2 XP, 6 XP. I did it off and on every few minutes for like 3 hours. And when we gathered back for our next session, they were like, what the fuck? And that was super fun. And that's not something that you could ever do with milestone. But, there's very much, back and forths on it. I've gone back and forth on it myself all the time. Yeah, Matt is an old school D&D player since he started with 2E. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's like the uneven leveling thing. I mean, even me starting in 5E is still very like I still got exposure to the uneven leveling thing. It's it's just in the zeitgeist, in the culture. Yeah. I think it's uneven because it's conceptually based on XP. That's the only way the unevenness can happen. Yeah, essentially, yeah. It punishes Pike, who's already punished in a lot of meta ways. Yeah. It does, like, uneven leveling. Yeah. I think if someone wants to defend uneven leveling, like in the comments or something, I'll dive into it. But I think that at this point it's fallen out of favor enough that I don't need to necessarily dive into it. But yeah, I think there's like 1 or 2 positives, I think, to it, but broadly it's negatives. Live casualty count? Yeah, live casualty count. It was so much fun. Yeah. He gives XP for social and don't give XP when the PC isn't there. Yeah. And Pike gets XP when she isn't there because she still does stuff, but less XP. Yeah, I don't know. It's bad, or I think it's bad for a list of complicated reasons. So that's what I said. If anyone is wanting to like dive into it, then I will, but it's probably preaching to the choir at this point. Saltmarsh campaign is an interesting wrinkle. I want to do one, but I haven't, and you can't realistically do milestone with that setup. Yes and no. Yes and no. I've thought around it. Yeah, because yes. Yeah. You know what? We'll talk about this in my next Saltmarsh. In my next Saltmarsh prep, we'll talk more about this because I'm still not certain. So we won't take up any more critical role time with it, but yeah. You're going to get issues when one is much more powerful. Yeah. I think that's the big one. Even then, the GM always made to get sure everyone is on the same level within the next session. Yeah. There are ways to do it less bad, but I don't see any, like, benefit, basically. Anyways.
So if everyone ready? Everyone set? We had a few levels, actually. We had Vex, Vax, Grog, and Keyleth all hit level 15.
Whoa. What's wrong with us?
You
know what?
Yeah, I'm the smartest man alive.
No,
I
apparently
have my
not.
8 levels.
Do you really?
Yeah.
What'd you do?
Oh, you let me know what you took?
Why doesn't she get
No,
some
that's
at all
gotta be a
times?
surprise.
Well, I get them
She
all.
gets all.
Oh, you don't have to like choose?
Well, just to choose at the beginning of each day.
On the
Just
range
memorize.
and
But-
on the day.
Okay.
I multi-classed into monk.
No, you didn't. I took the second level in rogue though.
Oh yeah? Do you get a rogue spell?
I don't get any rogue spell, but I do get to disengage now.
You're so sneaky.
And she gets to sleep with barbarians whenever she wants.
Ew.
Somehow no new information, yet still TMI. That's so weird.
And on that note, let's dive into tonight's episode of Critical Role.
That's funny. Silly, silly, silly. Silly, silly, silly. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I just fucked up something in there. There we go. Okay. The recap, and then into the episode. What play speed was that? 3.5 or 1.35? Yeah, 1.35. Yeah. I really need a command.
Welcome back.
People ask that.
So,
often
last time we
enough.
left off, Vox Machina, in their attempts to gain power through artifacts called the Vestiges of Divergence, to eventually destroy the Chroma Conclave, great evil dragons that came together to terrorize the Tal'Dorei countryside. They were seeking one in the city of the continent of Marquette, the city of Ank'Harel. After traveling there and meeting with members of the various establishments, the new culture they were introduced to, a drug deal gone awry, some time in a casino, some hookah excursions, and some terrible alcohol purchases. They found themselves finding an ally in the current head, and for the past 400 years, head of the city of Ank'Harel, known as Jaman Sa'or. They gave the party their allegiance in this endeavor against the Conclave and presented them with a brass flute that apparently can at least notify that the aid is required. After which, the party spent the evening in their tavern after the casino incident, and then went searching for this individual, this Mistress Asharu, who apparently has the Cabal's Ruin, this next vestige in your journey. Upon checking in her house after having no response for a couple days, you broke inside to find that the home had been attacked as of a week ago.
All right, I can't write and think at the same time sometimes. Yeah, the 135, I've been experimenting it with bumping it up a little bit. Yeah, because the normal used to be 125. And I still do drop it down to 125 sometimes. It's just, especially if we have like a long one in front of us, I've been modifying it more, like midstream. So especially like for like the recap and the intro, and then sometimes I've been dropping it down. But yeah, I guess generally more active management, because the speed up definitely has a large effect on how long the stream is. Yeah.
Her body left behind, apparently riddled with puncture wounds, seemingly bullet holes after your inspection, Percy. And Cabal's Ruin, the cloak that you were seeking, is gone. And that is where we left off. So, diving back in, you've just had the information synced to you that Mistress
Take a break.
Shara has been destroyed. Cabal's Ruin is gone. You
Oh my God, take a break already? Oh, wait, what? 43. The break timer has been all over the place, I swear. I'm going to ignore it, and then on the hour, we'll actually do it.
You went and checked out the small back exit that basically just led to one of the other streets in the city, just essentially another way out of the house. That's all the information you have right now, and you're all just trying to wrap your head around what just happened and what the next steps are. What do you want to do?
We're still in the house?
You're still in the house, yes.
I'm a little nervous that the trap that went off on the front door was like an alarm system
Sure.
for whoever left.
It might be.
With the cloak.
Or it could have been
Yeah.
Cloaky's
Yes.
alarm system that means that whoever killed Cloaky got in through not the front door.
Yeah, but we saw a trail of blood leading to the front door.
That was her trying to get out after she was stabbed to death, right? No, maybe?
No, that was the. I think it was the blood from.
Yeah. Otherwise, she walked back in her each
You're right.
individual footsteps.
That is
and then
better
lay down and
detective
died.
work than mine. Yes.
Which is possible.
I think. I mean, I think that it was.
But how'd they get out without... So whoever the murderer is set the trap as she was leaving.
The murderer who is shooting bullets.
Is there anything gained by discussing this here? Do we need to look any further?
We probably
should we get the
should
hell out?
Get out.
One last quick glance around the room to see if there's anything helpful.
Percy, can I see your gun?
I hand it to her without even thinking about it.
You're a genius.
Make an investigation check.
I'm so bad at these.
What are you trying to find?
I want to see if there's like a gem or a device on it, like a tracking device.
Sure, go for it.
What? I'd be very impressed if there was.
He has ripped his
Oh
old gun.
shit! 20.
20.
Oh, yeah.
You inspect the gun, and the gun actually, kind of like almost like a pearled handle in a weapon, has whitestone inlay, and certain portions of the actual weapon contain pockets of whitestone. Upon getting close to it and really having and you're kind of perturbed as she begins to inspect closely, and you see her face open up with a reaction. It's probably been a while since you've missed a detail that Keyleth picked up on.
fuck no.
On your own item. There is a very, very faint magical aura on the piece of whitestone that's underneath the main set of barrels in the front. And there is the card signature of Ripley across the bottom does give off a faint magical aura.
Holy
She's been fucking tracking us?
What are you looking at there, Keyleth?
Oh, no.
What? Well then. Well, isn't that an almost immediate wrinkle in this whole situation? Huh. Interesting. And you have to assume that that's been on them for... I mean, I can't even think of how long. Since the Briarwoods, it would have had to have been. Interesting. That is, I want to see like Percy's fucking stat sheet right now. 'Cause it makes me wonder. I mean, investigation is a really rarely taken skill, right? I feel comfortable in that conjecture because it's also investigation is int, yeah. It's intelligence, yeah. Because I'm thinking about it, and it's like if a 20 investigation can find it, I would have thought that one of them would have at least had like a passive and would have noticed it at some point. But it's very possible that they don't, just straight up. It's possible that none of them have above a 20 in like a passive investigation. Do you want actual info? No, it's fine. Because I'm thinking through. I'm thinking through if I like this sort of thing just being chat is not updating. Interesting. That might be a browser thing on your end. I don't know. I wonder if it worked while they're in the Feywild. I don't know. Yeah, because it's I'm going back and forth in my head because on one hand, it's a big, it feels like a big thing. That's what I'm going back and forth on in my head, is it feels like a big thing, but how big is it actually? It's really, at the end of the day, you could just as easily say Ripley has a network of spies and scouts and, she's tuned into the rumor mill. It's not like she's been actively like debuffing Percy this whole time. She's just been tracking them. And that's something that Matt could have easily hand-waved otherwise. But I, simultaneously with all of that, I don't love hidden things on like a PC's person that can only be revealed if they ask a like specific question. That if they just never ask the question, they'll never know. But this is also cut by the fact that something like this, like finding out that Ripley is like kind of in their wake, I think it's reasonable, and clearly it did prompt Marisha to do so, to think about and ask why would she be here? Is she tracking us? And then maybe investigate the gun. But that's a big maybe. I don't know. It's the thing that it is, I kind of don't like at base, but the way in which this specific implementation of it, I don't think I mind, because it's the impact of it is honestly relatively low. But it's so specific to the situation, because if the Chroma Conclave or Hodis, the Rakshasa, had a tracker on them that gave off absolutely no discernible effect to anyone, I would find that, I don't know, I'd find that a little bit not great. I wouldn't like that. But because it's specifically Ripley, who is not actively, I think that's the thing, is that she is not actively hunting them, and she doesn't appear to have necessarily actively malicious intent for the party, which I think cuts it a lot. Because if they just found out that this was feeding information to their like explicit 1000% enemy the whole time, I think this feels much worse. But because it is feeding it to, yes, a party that they have very bad blood with and bad history with, but is not an explicit hostile, is not actively trying to kill them, I think it cuts a lot of that. Yeah. I think it works here, but it can definitely feel a little cheap. Yeah, cheap is maybe the word for it. I agree. I think that it works for Ripley specifically. But I don't know if I'm imagining it on other people, and I'm like, ooh, I don't think I'd like it on a lot of the other people. Yeah. To nose on something that small on a held item that you're not even holding. Yeah. I know that Percy has a high intelligence, which is why I thought about it, because I feel like he's handling them. Because also we have to think about all of the things that happen off screen that we don't see. Percy absolutely has to like clean his guns during long rests. Like he has to clean them, he has to take care of them, he has to do maintenance. Grog has to do the same thing for his axe. Like they're all upkeeping their weapons. And so something, and that kind of, and that's why like I feel this way about like anything hidden on their person. If it's in their rations box, their water skin, their clothes, their, all of that, they don't often get interacted with on screen, but in the fiction, they're getting interacted with almost daily. Like he has probably looked at the hilt of his gun almost daily since the Briarwood arc. But I can hear an argument that, depending on what his passive is, it might not have tipped him off. But yeah. Yeah. I would at least consider GM fiating, but at the same time, I'm aware I can only do, yeah. How does she beat them to Marquette Vestige when they teleport on a whim? That is all. I mean, that's an entirely separate question. I guess it's possible that she followed them to Sphinx Mountain and got the list from Kamal Jaori. So she has the list separately, and so she went to Marquette / Ank'Harel while they were in Draconia. That's very possible that she got the list separately, or she might have just scryed on them at one point when they're talking about the list and talking about possibilities. Because, I mean, she has her signature in one of the guns. She can it would probably be a pretty easy scry. And we know that there are magic items that can scry. She clearly has this like tracking ritual that she can do. She's clearly magically inclined. Very artificer coded. And so it's possible that she got the list, and then when they went to Draconia, she knew that they were going to be busy there for a little bit and went to Marquette. Possible. I don't know. Yeah. It would feel awful if it was Thordak or something. Right. So it's, yeah. Someone who's never played before, I just thought of this as is without question, but seeing the point of view makes me think about it more. Yeah. Which I'm I love encouraging thought. And I've said this a few times somewhat recently, but this is not necessarily a critique of Critical Role. This is using Critical Role to think about our own tables. Yeah. Which gun is it again? If it's not the first one, it's not the first one that was the list. Yeah, because the list got thrown in the lava. So it's his one that he made as a replacement from that. It looked like it happened about a week ago. Yeah. Retort. Wasn't Ripley's gun burned in acid? Yes, he made a new one after that. Or he took Ripley's. When talking about Percy looking at the gun daily, from how Matt phrased it just now, Percy knew the signature was there, but didn't notice that the signature was magical. Yes. But Percy's not like a purely non-magically inclined party member. Like, he's not as magically inclined as, like, Keyleth or Scanlan, but he knows his way around some magic. He's out here casting hexes and eldritch blasts. Yeah, interesting. Between Kamal Jaori and now has been Western Fights, Trips to Vasselheim, Hodis Surprise, Feywild, Draconia. Yeah, it's been a little bit, yeah. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, because I was immediately torn because it is a cool and interesting reveal. Absolutely. And I don't mean this as like as a slight, but in a like kind of jump scare sort of way of it's surprising. But it intuitively makes sense that it would be there. So that aspect of it, like I said, it makes sense. But I just don't. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to think about it more because I'm sort of spinning in circles now, and I think I've gotten all of it out. How did her signature get there? I believe that's her gun. Which I think someone said, yeah, he took her gun after Scanlan. Yeah, so it's Ripley's gun, which makes even more sense as to why the signature would be there. It's a people were saying magical air tag earlier. Yeah, it's essentially she put an air tag in her wallet or on her phone. Yeah, it's a Find My Keys. Yeah, exactly. Which, like I said, makes total intuitive world building sense. It's more of when do you allow the players the opportunity to find it? That's the debate in my head, because I think it's cool that the signature's there. And I think it's cool if it lasts for a little while, potentially. but it's a debate on when to show them. Yeah, interesting.
No.
I think Percy was right. I think she has been spying on us.
Well,
Oh
Scanlan.
my god.
Magic so much.
Throw it in the ice.
Gotta give me the gun.
Wait.
not-
I can use this if it's.
Can you reverse look up on the telephone line?
Yeah, I can scry through
Does it help? You can scry because she.
And she was very attached to it, which means it should
Yes.
work pretty well.
In theory, you could scry on anybody that you've met as well, just as long as you know about them. And have, like,
Does
I've
having
also
an
met her, so that helps.
Does an object,
but with
having
the
an
object,
object help?
I would give that like a bonus to the actual roll.
Wait, I agree with what Bax is going to say. We should move.
Yeah, if anyone wants to roll this place, do it. Let's get out of here.
I'm going to take a quick look around, just quickly. Investigation, or it doesn't matter. That was a terrible roll.
What are you looking for?
Clues, objects. I'm basically doing the standard police tumble. I'm just tossing the place.
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 9.
A 9. You angrily begin throwing things around the room in a fit. But you're so focused in your search, it's less about the actual search and more about the frustration that this bypassed your attention for so long. You guys watch as Percy just begins to like throw the bed to the side and like go through and start shoving stuff off of counters, and he's not really looking for anything. He's just trying to just deal with his pent-up frustration.
Percy.
Okay.
We should go. This isn't helping anything.
Yes.
We'll find
Better
it.
to do that in here than outside. Secret passage?
Yeah, it's this way.
Secret passage.
I think I checked for traps last.
Because you already went up to the top.
Yeah, I went all the way to the top and peeked around.
Yeah, there were no traps, and you managed to make it through at least below the small.
I had a look around. Does it look pretty? Is it public or off to the side?
It's like it's a small alley that leads into an open public space. So as long as you listen out for anybody in the vicinity, you
I'm
can.
going to scurry up and just open up and get out
Okay,
there.
make a perception check.
Yeah.
Should we set the building on fire?
22.
22. Okay, you go up. There's like these small kind of handholds as you go up to the top, and there's a little bit of a grate that's pushed there. You kind of push it open, and kind of, boom, the metal circle just pops on the side. You find that there's actually a piece of thin cloth that's covering it as you push it over, and you listen up for a second. You hear the bustle on the outside of the city, but you do not notice anyone paying attention to it, and you use the right moment to go ahead and dart up, and you begin kind of taking the watch for the rest of the party.
And I'm off to the side like Marion and Raiders. This is just
Yeah.
to the side. Yeah.
Not a worry.
Before I leave the room, can I just check to see if it seems like Ripley was alone or if there were other people attacking?
Make a survival check.
Rival party.
Natural 20.
First one.
What the hell?
No, second one.
While you guys are all having this conversation, Vex is occasionally chiming in this whole time, but is also keeping a very close eye on her own mental layout of how the actual scuffle happened, looking for signs of impact. You actually follow the footprints where some have smeared in the blood and tracked it up. There are varying foot sizes in some of the tracks you can see, both pressed in the dust. And there was a layer of dust down here within certain areas because portions of the room are not often trekked. In fact, you see just from the general dust that settled, there's a track from the bed to a couple of the shelves to the table and the exit, and you get the idea that Mistress Sharu, being as trained as she was very. She had a pattern, and outside of that pattern that she walked, there was a pretty heavy layer of dust that eventually gathered in those areas of the room, and those areas had been disturbed in some ways. And you gather based on the footprints that are there were at least 5 or 6 people in the room when this went down.
Got that Terminator.
5 or 6 people? Oh. Okay. So there's 2 separate possibilities, but one that my gut leans much more heavily towards because because I already predicted it. Either Mistress Ajaru had some people with her. Possible. I guess it's equally likely either way, but it seems likely enough to me that Ripley's been recruiting. If there's 5 or 6 people, that's 4 to 5, not counting Asharu, 3 to 4, not counting Ripley, just a few less than our illustrious Vox Machina. I need to write that down. There were 5 to 6 people involved in the vestige holder fight. That includes Asharu and Ripley. Yeah, interesting. Bit behind, but Percy has never used Eldritch Blast. Has he not? Oh, I thought he had. Oh my god, I just realized I'm being blocked. I totally thought that he had used Eldritch Blast. Whoops, my bad. Yeah, I mean he's used Hex, but I thought he'd used EB. Interesting. Why would he not take Eldritch Blast? Why would he not take Eldritch Blast? Yeah. I mean, he is. Does he only get Hex from the Magic Initiate? No, I mean, Magic Initiate could have also given him EB because he's shown Minor Illusion. Percy has Eldritch Adept? Then how would he get Hex? He uses Hex a lot. I assumed his Magic Initiate spells were Hex, Minor Illusion, and EB. Recently... Oh, he cast Friends on Garmelie. Oh. So he's... And also, Eldritch Adept wasn't even out yet, yeah. So he just didn't take EB. Which, I mean, makes sense. He has guns. But, okay. So he's Magic Initiate, Hex, Minor Illusion, Friends. That makes sense. Okay. EB isn't that good without Agonizing Blast? Wow. We can have an argument about that. I would say that EB is still the best damaging cantrip. It's just made all that much better by Agonizing Blast. How does he not have Eldritch Blast? Yeah, I mean, I get it just must be because he has guns. Like, that's it. And to be fair... No, actually, never mind. Yeah, I'm sure his guns just do more damage. I think all in all, yeah. Minor Illusion, Hex, gotcha, yeah. Every time Mega talks about Percy's spells, we have this conversation. Yeah. Well, because he's Magic Initiate a Warlock. And no one else is a Warlock, so I don't have any other Warlocks to talk about. He's the closest thing. It gets a lot better if you invest. Yeah, it does. Yeah. It's a good spell, Naked. It has the same benefits as like each dart in what do you call it? Magic Missile. Like the fact that Magic Missile is all of the separate darts is an advantage to it, separate from the auto hits. The fact that EB doesn't just scale in damage, but also scales in number of attacks is a huge delineation between it and other damaging cantrips that does have some upside and downside, but I think it's mostly upside. Some of the new cantrips, I think those base EBs have been dethroned. It's possible. Some of the new cantrips, I haven't fully looked through some of the new cantrips, but I can imagine that they might have brought some up. I think there was largely, and I don't mean this in a negative way, I think there was largely power creep in 2024 or in 524. But honestly, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that they brought a lot of the classes more in line with each other. Like, I think overall, the spread between, like, power and fun of the classes is tighter in 524. And in order to achieve that, you either have to buff or nerf some classes, and I would rather them buff. So that results in some power creep. I'm fine with it. Yeah. D&D is supposed to be a power trip. Yeah, also that. So yeah, I don't mind at all. But I can definitely see some of the spells having gotten better.
Overlay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Grog?
Yeah.
Can I have some of that dust of tracelessness?
Well, you're gonna mix it with some spice and get high.
Definitely.
Yeah, there you go.
Can I just sprinkle that around so that they can't track us in the room?
Yeah.
Having been here?
And as you throw around the dust, all the tracks, everything that gave a sign of the previous invaders vanishes slowly as the dust begins to cover the entirety of the floor, and as you guys leave the same. It looks weirdly undisturbed other than the body lying there with now no actual ability to track how it got there.
That's tampering with evidence. That's a definite felony.
Definitely. Not as bad of a felony as shoving spice up your ass, but...
I don't know what you're talking about. That was a scientific experiment.
And it was fucking awesome. Are we getting out of here?
Yes,
Are we
yes.
gonna get out of here?
Yeah, gotta get out of here.
Okay, you all eventually make your way to the end of the secret tunnel. Vax leads you up at times where it's least likely to be noticed in the alleyway, and eventually you all make yourselves up into the top, close off the entrance, and then are kind of hiding off, and then carefully, nonchalantly make your way back into the main thoroughfare out here. And it isn't like a large street; it's one of the secondary side streets. Occasionally, you have a person that comes by with a large cart, or a couple people walking arm in arm, but no one seems to pay any attention or notice your alleyway entry, and you have successfully obscured yourself from the rest of the denizens of Ankarel.
Can you find her without her knowing?
I mean, all magic has a risk factor, depending on.
We have to look, otherwise we have no leads at all.
Let's head back to the Death's Respite.
And then get ready to leave because we can't hang around.
And talk to
once
her
he's
employer so they know it wasn't us.
Wait. Should we not scry from?
Okay, so they are going to look for her. They seem pretty resolute. I think I can be at least somewhat confident on that. So they're going to look for her. Now the question becomes, obviously, where is he? Or where is she? And does she have a counterparty with her? Does she? And that could be kind of a fun event. Okay, I'll give a little mini prediction. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Prove that I had the thought. It would be kind of interesting if they have the mirror versions of themselves, or, probably not actual mirror versions, controlled by former guest players. So whenever they encounter Ripley, maybe Ripley is controlled by Matt, but like all of her little lieutenants that she's recruited into this new evil party are all controlled by different guest PCs. That could be fun. And I could see it, and I could legitimately see them doing it. That would be a weird combat, but it would fit because they would have one less party member. Still risky. Still would be an incredibly deadly combat if Ripley's party had 4 to 5 people and Vox Machina has 6. And let's assume that, they're evenly leveled if they're using like stat sheets. Then it's a fight that Vox Machina should handily win, but also has the distinct chance of killing one of them. Battle Royale in the campaign. I mean, yeah. But this will be an interesting kind of litmus test. I'll say, I think if we were earlier on, right, if we were still in the Vasselheim era, I would absolutely assume that that's what they're going to do. But this will be interesting to kind of see how much, Geek and Sundry and the producers, because I know that Geek and Sundry and them were the ones like kind of pushing for that sort of stuff. So it'll be interesting to see. If that doesn't end up happening, I will assume that GNS is kind of backed off a little bit at this point, IRL, which is interesting inference information. Maybe she grew an extra 6 or 8 legs. Yeah, you know what? You're so right. Maybe she's a big, giant, gross cyborg, like I predicted, and has 8 arms with 8 guns. Pew 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 pew. That also leaves Matt to GM for at least 8 players. Oh, I'm not saying it would be a good idea. Let's be very clear. I think it would be a very bad idea. It would be just from the perspective of like using all those stat sheets is going to wreak havoc on your combat. DMing that many players is a nightmare. But I could have seen them doing it. I could see them having done it earlier in the campaign. I think more realistically, hopefully they're all monster stat blocks. That'd be cool. But more realistically, I think they're going to be player stat sheets that Matt controls.
From a different place than the place we're staying at?
It's the place that she knows we are already.
True.
She knows exactly where we're standing anyway. We're holding the bloody gun.
And when we do, we should set like a little ambush in case it sets off any alarms.
Can she hear us when you scry? Can you hear?
Yeah, you can.
I mean, she could possibly
I can hear, but I don't think they
right
can
now.
hear
Yeah,
me.
it's
like looking through a little window.
No, yeah, so if we're talking about her right now, she can hear.
I don't know how this runic magic works on his gun.
You're not sure what the actual enchantment is. and it's subtle.
This is something different than what I would be doing.
Yeah, I grab Keela's hand and pull the gun over and say, but for now, we assume that she can hear everything that we are saying.
Ripley's a piece of shit.
Say it
You're a
to her
piece of
saying,
shit. You're ugly.
Percival's going to fucking murder you.
Well, you're not that ugly. She just meant that to hurt your feelings.
Keela, don't soften the blow. She's a piece of shit.
But you are a piece of shit.
Let's go.
It's The Wire. It's terrible.
Omar's challenge rating 30.
Back to the tavern.
Was Ripley a magic user? Did you ever
start
engage in
walking back.
magic?
Not that I really was aware. I didn't know her that well.
We know that she used some magic.
A little bit,
She
yes.
disguised her hand with some
she had
illusions.
some
So her whole self.
Simple things, nothing
Herself,
anything
disguised
complex.
her hand. She also
Sky stuff.
short distance seemingly teleported or managed to break away from you guys and Trinket to make her escape.
Plus, if she's anything like you, she might have paid someone to magically upgrade it for her.
She is like me.
She's also potentially listening to us right now. I mean, time is of the essence.
Let's head back to the
double time it.
Okay, you guys make your way back to the death's respite. You head back up to your rooms and you have your relative private space to go ahead and discuss the next portion of your plan.
We leave the gun outside the room.
we have. Do we have more than one room, right?
I got
Yeah, we have 3 rooms.
Can we leave the gun with Trinket in the other room?
I don't know if he's qualified to handle firearms.
It's precisely why I want to leave the
You
gun with
won't
Trinket
shoot
in the
it.
other room.
He'll sit on it. Is there a safety?
No, it's not loaded. It doesn't.
Okay.
All right.
You can always put it in the bag of holding.
I mean, Percival, be sure there's nothing in the gun, please.
It's so complex to make it work. It's fine.
If Trinket shoots himself in the ass.
That would be very funny.
He won't. He won't.
There will be
All
help.
right, what do you want to do with it now? What's the plan?
We're going to leave it with Trinket in the other room for the moment.
Okay.
And we're going to discuss things. And I'm leaving it under the bed with a bear in the room.
Trinket, sit on the bed.
Someone come.
If anybody walks in the room that's not one of us, well, make them very scared and make sure they
Shoot them with the gun.
shoot them with the gun.
Licks out of your face and then gets back in this kind of restful period, just like the front of his paws and his head leaning over the edge of the bed, and the bed itself is kind of bowing under his weight. It's like,
Don't you fall asleep.
all right, so you guys head to one of the other rooms then?
Yes.
Okay. Guys close the door behind you.
Should I keep watch outside?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll stand watch outside.
And you do, Grog. This hallway is yours.
Don't you fall asleep, Grog.
All right.
I think we need to tell her employer that we are not responsible, as that we were the last people to attempt to employ her. Suspicion automatically falls upon us, and we need
Yes.
to let them know immediately that it was not us.
Yes.
All right, should we scry now, though?
I have to study and then sleep on it because that's how my process works. That's how I learn.
Fucking method. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
You do have an item.
Oh my god! I have that thing you
The
gave
ball,
me.
yeah, that I gave
ball.
you.
You have
I
one
can't
ball.
do it right
How
now.
you have been holding out on us.
Just the one ball, though.
I have a secret.
Max's face.
It's not necessarily a bad
Oh
thing.
my god.
Double price.
Anything is workable.
What is it that I get? I have a
ball of seeing.
A
A ball of scrying.
You have the.
Scrying eye! I have a scrying eye.
There you go.
Scrying eyes.
There was an item.
Oh, watching you. They see your.
You have the item card for the.
I gave it to her.
I have it.
Oh, you do? All right, great. So yeah, it allows you to basically do the equivalent of a scry spell.
Once a day.
Yeah.
Good enough land card.
All right.
Do we want to do this here?
I think just as soon as
I
possible.
think that the question is, do we tell them and see if we can enlist some help with this now, or do
Tell
we do it
whom?
after we know?
Well, I mean, this is going to take me
is.
10 minutes. This is going to take me a
Find out.
second.
It's
We
worth
find
it.
out where she is. If she's still in the city, we can maybe hunt her down and track her down today.
Yes.
Do we get any help before we do that, though, from her?
We'll talk to Tree.
You guys figure it out. I'm going to start
Stop the
scrying.
Scry, knowing is
Figure out where they are and where she's going and what she's doing and who she's with. How many of them? All these things. I'm sorry.
Percy.
Scry.
We'll find her.
That's what I'm worried about.
All right. So without the gun, you don't get the bonus for the item focus.
Oh, fuck.
But you also have the gun not in your
Do we want to have the gun
You can go.
for
You
this?
can go. Yeah.
Actually, yeah. I'll do that. I'm going to go in the other room, grab the gun, and scry.
Okay. You
I
enter
go
the
with her. I'm
range.
going to go sit with you while you scry.
Okay.
You enter the room, and as you walk towards the bed, Trinket growls at you.
Trinket.
I have another option.
Me.
I have another option.
I'm not a stranger.
We still have her notes. We still have her notes.
Does anything help?
I mean, an object of which has, some pretty
better.
close contact with the individual could help you.
Yeah, I think you're right. This scene is moving potentially faster than normal. And I think that Matt is maybe jumping in slightly faster due to the complications in Scry and the complications in the timing factor. Because now that there's 3 separate timing factors going on right now of like the Draconians, Ripley's, distance from them, assumingly, and potentially like Keyleth having to wait until the next day, but not because of the SCRY ball. Yeah, there's a lot of kind of, how do I say it, factors affecting this scene, and I think it's fair. I think that their intent is very, very clear here of what they want to do. They are just going through the like Matt will a lot of the times, which I've gone on and off this point a lot of, I think that Matt a lot of the times requires them to say things that he shouldn't. Like, I think a lot of the times he requires them to say like hyper specific instructions, and if they don't, he like leans into malicious compliance. Liam does it even more when he's DM'd. It's not so bad, but it's happened a few times. And I've said in the past, like, okay, if you understand their intent and they are describing something that doesn't make sense in the scene given their intent, then you should ask them about it and not like require them to move forward with something that doesn't make sense, right? You should clarify that with them. And I think in this one, now that the timing matters, I think Matt is, even with his like general like proclivities in the past for doing that, I think it's very good of him to, because they're putting out all of their intentions and they're trying to do all of the nitty gritty stuff of like putting the gun in the other room. Well, actually, I'm going to be on the gun. And, him, I think it's fair for him to warn her about the SCRY being worse without the gun, given that the reason they put it in the other room is one of those kind of nitty gritty things that he often encourages from them. It's just that, like, with divination magic and these timings, it's all very complicated. And like I said, there's so many, like, stacking layers that I think Matt felt like he needed to, and I think is right to feel like he needs to, help them along with it a little bit. Because either they do something wrong, or it takes way longer if they're trying to, like, police themselves on it, right? And that turns into like side talk, and that muddles up the channels, which leads to even more potential like misunderstandings. So him just like cutting through the noise and being like, oh, well, just a warning. I know you said you wanted to SCRY right now. You left the gun in the other room, remember? Which was fair of you to leave the gun in the other room, but that's going to have this effect on the SCRY. Yeah. I do this, like, I do and encourage this sort of thing and this sort of, I guess, help from the DM kind of regardless. But I think it's especially important in a situation like this. And I think it's one of the reasons that the pace isn't slowing down too much. Like, I still feel like we're making solid progress.
Sure, whatever.
It is her diary notes of how to build my gun.
Yeah. You can use that instead if you want.
So we're not in the room with Trinket.
Can I use both?
They would not overlap.
Oh.
Yeah.
Trinket, you just keep doing your thing. All right, let's go back to the other room. Yeah, let's what else.
I don't know. What do you think?
Scry
Would
up.
her notes or her?
Let's her notes. Let's be safe.
Okay, I'm gonna use her notes.
Yeah.
Very safe.
Okay. That will add 5 to the DC modifiers. What's the DC of the spell?
My spell save DC is 19.
All right, so now it's 24. We're going to try and resist this as I throw my
D20 into oblivion. Ripley's mad.
fuck that dice. I didn't need it.
Scrying me.
Do you want one? I have a bag.
I'll just use I'll use the big one that
Okay.
Chris Perkins gave me.
And thus ends Box
Oh
Muscle.
no. I'll use the one Perkins
The
gave me.
power. All right then. This is now
Don't drop the
Ripley's
phylactery.
wisdom saving throw. Okay.
Interesting.
So
Does that dice go to dice trail?
No.
No, but it works.
As you sit down and focus, you take the small object in your hand and concentrate with the notes in front of you, and you find that thread of connection between your memory of Ripley, as fuzzy in some places as it is. You have a very clear image of the moments you guys met in Whitestone. The notes, you connect those threads, focus on the object, and then you guys watch those Keyleth's eyes dart open, once again clouded over in white. Your vision pierces above. You can see your consciousness thrust through the clouds, and just white clouds passing by. And then your vision comes back down through the clouds, only instead of the desert, instead of the mountains, instead of anything in the nearby area, it's just ocean. Just ocean.
She's
Finding
another one.
Waves, sea endless around you.
Oh no.
You emerge once more, your vision moving before, only now there's a torrential rain surrounding you, lightning, thunder, clapping. You are in the center of a very, very heavy storm that is tearing across this ocean expanse. A boat creaks. Ropes swing and you hear voices yell, a crew barely holding it together. Standing on the deck, hooded, you see Ripley, calm, and looking out into the horizon. She smiles from beneath her dark leather cloak, a shimmer of blue energy dimly crackling across its inner lining. A voice yells, "Nothing yet!" And her eyes dart up to the crow's nest, then back down to her weapon. A handheld firearm of sleek design, but familiar function. 6 barrels.
Oh, snap.
Lightning flashes once more in the distance, followed by a very, very nearby crack of thunder. The boat, this for a second, as a wave passes under and it catches itself again. She runs to the deck to look out across the crashing waves. And the vision fades. And you come back.
That was magical. That was hot. That was hot. Is there any ocean in
Bitch! She is a... I grabbed the gun. You are a piece of shit!
I thought the gun was under the bed with
You
Trinket.
literally just grabbed, grabbed my hand and are yelling at me.
Just
I'm sorry, it's still a little fuzzy when I come out of it.
Just make gun fingers at least.
Yeah.
There you go.
What's the matter? What's the matter? What did you see?
What did you see? The other one. She's in the middle of the fucking ocean.
So she's going for the other vestige.
Yeah.
Whisper, is that what's in the ocean?
Whisper is in the ocean.
Is that what it
The
is?
dagger.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And she had the cloak.
And she knows everything that we know.
She's with
She knows
the
everything
crew
we know.
in
She's
the
been
middle of the ocean.
Could we
so
teleport there?
Can we just instantly be in the middle of the ocean with her?
I can't get us there. There's no trees in the middle of the ocean.
She's heading for an island, though.
Is she?
No,
I thought it was.
There's no trees in the middle of the ocean. I mean, good way. I've talked about the problem of high-level D&D, teleportation, and sort of separating things from your players. This is a great example of there are a lot of good teleport spells, but middle of the ocean or middle of other plane actually makes it harder. Like, it makes it a lot harder. It's a lot more isolated. And so it's, yeah. I love ship stuff. I love A Storm at Sea. Yeah. Keel probably thinks your SCRY descriptions are hot. This is where the corners are really just sea trees. I feel like Vex is going to argue that. Big algae. Yeah. Yeah, this is... Okay. So she knows about she knows the list of vestiges then. She didn't follow them to get Cabal's ruin. She, at some point in the process of spying on them, likely got the list of vestiges or, like I said, she went to Kamalja Ori. Now, I would really prefer one of those over the other. I would much prefer that she went to Kamalja Ori than she has been scrying on them constantly. Because if she has scryed on them enough times to happen to either see, whatever fictional notes they have, or hear them talking about the other vestiges and their locations, like, the chances of her scrying on them during that and them never detecting the scry seems unlikely. I guess that is assuming that there is something to be detected about the scry. Maybe it's a homebrew version of scry that isn't detectable, but is maybe weaker. Like you get maybe just audio instead of visual. But either way, it throws a lot of wait, what's into the air if she just overheard the location of all these. But especially if it is a if it is a just like a magical air tag and she just like knows the direction, or even if it functions something like hex or a hunter's mark, if she just like knows the direction, then she could have very easily followed them to Sphinx Mountain and gotten the exact same information from Kamal Jaori, who didn't seem like an explicitly good entity. I have no reason to think that he would give the info to Vox Machina, but not Ripley. You know, he doesn't know about all the Briarwood shit. So no reason that if she passed the test, yeah, why wouldn't he give the info to her? So that would make sense to me. Without true sight, how can one perceive a scry? Am I making something up here? Scry 5e. I believe if they fail the saving throw, they perceive it. They know that they're being scryed upon, which the party never has. On a successful save, the target isn't affected. Wait, which is modified by how well you know. If a target knows they're casting the spell. Oh wait. Oh, I might be wrong. I thought this was this. I'm thinking of another divination spell where if you fail, yeah, I definitely thought that they were aware of the scribe, but it's actually looking like not. Never mind. Good correction, Chat Noir. Okay. And they would know Scry better than me. They've used that to great effect. So I guess it's possible that she's just scrying on them all the time. If they would never be aware of it. Yeah, I don't know what spell I'm thinking of. I thought there was a divination spell that if the creature succeeds on the save, then they know that you tried to cast it. Interesting. I don't think she would have been able to do the puzzle herself, though. I mean, she's got DM Fiat on her side. She could have done the puzzle herself, potentially. I guess it depends. It also depends on had she put together a potential party at that point, or did she have hirelings or something else that could have helped her out? Yeah. If they have patterns, like discussing things right before bed, she could figure out the patterns and raise her odds significantly of hearing important stuff. That is true. I was saying that I didn't like it because I thought they would have detected it if she'd been doing it over and over and over. But from the perspective of her just happening to overhear it, if she's like scrying on them every day, that seems feasible to me. Yeah. You can see a scry if you can see it. Yeah. Yeah. You say they would know scry. The players make the wrong assumptions about scry all the time. Well, that's true. You're thinking zone of truth. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I must be thinking of zone of truth. Yeah. Interesting. They wanted to leave the room before casting it because they think she can see in reverse. I think they're just worried that I don't think that they necessarily think that she can see them in reverse. I think the reason that they put it in another room is in case she just happened to scry while they were scrying on her. Like, I think it was more of a protecting against contingencies. But okay, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, but I think at this point, especially if she's going for Whisper right now, she's got the list. Or not the list, the gun. She's got the... I think she has the same info that they have about the vestiges. At least I'm assuming. Yeah. If Matt is constantly randomly asking the cast to roll wisdom saving throws, I would assume, and let me confirm. Let me pull up Scry again. I am assuming the target must make a wisdom saving throw. Yeah, so this is a moment where D&D's rules sort of butt up against each other. Because an adversary can make a wisdom saving throw without realizing that they're making a wisdom saving throw, whereas a player cannot. So the assumption here is that even though they are making a whiz save, they are not aware of it, because it specifically says if a target knows you're casting the spell, right? Although I guess if the sensor moves within a sensitive creature, like I would assume, maybe that's why I thought that they were aware, is because of the wisdom saving throw text. Because my assumption is that if someone's scrying on the party, I would either make the whiz save on their behalf, or I would use like a passive. But that doesn't really make sense. It doesn't, like, this text, like the way that Scry is described, it's very clearly meant to be used by the players and not necessarily on them, you know? Because, yeah, it is weird, yeah. You can roll for your players. There's another thing you can only do very rarely without feeling bad. I mean, in general, I talked about it when they first found the Scry ball. Setting up Scry as this thing that is very available to adversaries and NPCs really quickly runs into bad feels, I think. And it really induces a lot of paranoia. It's almost the opposite of like a permanent teleportation circle, where I was like, oh, permanent teleportation circle is mostly for the DM. Like, it's really uncommon that the PCs will ever be able to set up a permanent one, unless you like do it during like a massive like downtime montage. Scry is almost the opposite, where if you think too hard about NPCs doing it against the players, it starts to feel strange. Because, yeah, nothing in the spell says that they should be aware, but how are they not going to be aware if they're making a whiz save? So then you either have to use a passive, which doesn't make any sense, because it's against a DC, or you have to make the save for them, which I agree feels strange. Yeah. It's because the beholder in the first arc started Keela when she was scrying on them. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. It also, like, I can't remember, but this might have been the reason that I thought that people were aware if they're getting scryed on, is because, yeah, if saving throws generally happen when someone is aware of something, right? I'm trying to think of other divination stuff. Because a lot of divination have the caster roll, not the target. I think, unless I'm remembering incorrectly. Let's just look at like some other like high level divination. Because I guess there's an implication there theoretically that because they are rolling, they then know. You know. Yeah, in Contact Other Plane. Well, Contact Other Plane is a little bit different. Oh no, it's kind of the same. Yeah. In Contact Other Plane, the PC makes the save. Like the caster in that case makes the save. Legend lore, there's no roll and no save. Let's see. Oh, I need to do like 5th and above. I need to do like 5th, 6th, 7th. Let's see. 7th, 8th, 9th. In theory, PCs can ignore the saves as meta info. In practice, that's basically impossible to do. Yeah, it's yes. that is basically impossible. I agree. No. Let's see. Yeah, there's actually maybe enchantment will be a better one. I mean, most enchantment spells work at least similarly. Because I'm trying to think of something to compare this to, when we're thinking about this. I'm gonna sort it by level. Because this is an interesting thought experiment of like, what would you do in this situation? But it's like, but the hard part about all of these is that they are almost certainly going to see you casting it. So, because they're like charm stuff. So that doesn't really apply. Yeah. You could ask your players to just roll a d20 and not say that it was a whiz save. Add some of the modifiers yourself. Yes. But then we come back to in order to find out about the vestiges, most likely she's had to scry on them several times. And we haven't seen them roll anything like that. So I don't think either that's not how Matt's rolling with it. Yeah, I don't know. That's a little bit of a strange conundrum there. Yeah. Because if you can do it like once or twice, especially in the way that you just described it, Pharaoh, you can do it once or twice that way, and that's fine. But if you're doing it like every morning, you're gonna drive them crazy, and probably not in a fun way. Probably in like an annoyed, like what the hell is going on type of way. I don't think that's what happens here. Just as a DM, that's a way to solve it. It is a way to solve it, especially if you're using it sparingly. Gase, best to check. Yeah, maybe Gase. I don't even remember. Oh gosh, wait, that's not. Is that how you spell it? Gias. Yeah, if the creature can understand, it must succeed on a whiz or be charmed. Yeah, I mean, it has a verbal component. Oh, it's also strange because this spell also doesn't specify whether or not the creature is aware. Which is... I've never thought about this part. Yeah, because it does also say it must succeed on a whiz save. But... yeah, interesting. I think that my default is if they have to make the roll, the character is aware that something is going on, but maybe not exactly what. But I could also see that general standpoint being challenged by specifics. That's like, yeah. So I think I would, oh man, I'd have to think about it more. I will think about it more. But I think I would say that upon reflection, because the target has to make a whiz save, the character is aware that something is happening. Just not at all what. They have no idea what is happening. And I think that it's very fair to represent that in the way that Pharaoh said, of just have them roll a d20 test and not tell them what it's for, like not tell them what to add. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've directly thought about that before. Interesting.
Beneath
It's
the waves.
the Osmond Sea.
Yeah, beneath the Osmond Sea.
Scanlan,
How do we get there?
can you get us there?
I can make us all cows. That is about it.
I mean, I
Do you
can
have specific
mist
write-up?
us.
Mist. We
Yeah.
can mist into the ocean. I mean, we'll go
what I
faster
would
than
take,
Whisper.
yeah.
and just land.
Although, as a bookend there, Topaz, that is with the assumption that, again, SCRY is this very accessible, easy to do thing. It would kind of be like spam call, though. I think if SCRY is very accessible in the way that it seems to be in Exandria, I think it only makes sense to have there be counter SCRY measures. Because, like, SCRY is a 5th level spell, which so having, like, a magic item that can... yeah, I won't go back on the accessibility of SCRY. I won't go back to that conversation. But I will reiterate that making it accessible to a wide array of, people has some downstream effects.
And on her boat.
Whisper, blade forged from metal pulled from the far realm, was center to many dark rituals. Now it lies at the bottom of the Osmond Sea, sunken with the lost ship, the Shrew, in a storm 300 years ago, near an island of trees. No, it's an island of grass. There's no trees on the island.
No, it's not even an island of grass. It's an
Island of
island of glass.
glass.
Oh, glass! I can't wait!
It's an island of glass trees.
Glass.
An island of grass. Give them more. Oh, boy. Island of glass?
Yeah, which doesn't sound promising, to be totally honest. So we might have to mist there.
How far away is...
It's continents. It would take weeks.
Don't they have an
even at
airship
mist.
here?
I don't think we're going to...
Wait, and the water Ashari are in the Osmond?
They're in the Osmond Sea, yes.
Do I know if they would be close by this island of
I'm going to go ahead and have, let's see. Let's get a little history check.
I know everything
If you
about
can roll a
lots of
intelligence
stuff.
Why is it always intelligence?
Right.
15 history.
Oh my god, I rolled a natural 1.
Oh no.
You know it's in the Osmond Sea, but you've never been there, you don't know where it is, you don't have no idea what the actual spatial is
Wet
there.
there.
We don't communicate.
You, Island of Glass, and like after thinking about it hard, you're like, of course, it's the Isle of Glintshore.
Of course.
Yeah. I don't know what ship
It's
that is.
part of a cluster of islands. You don't know quite where it is, but you know of it. That's about all the information you have on it at the moment. You don't know how far, the specific direction, really.
Well, it doesn't look like we can just magically get to her.
Well, we can.
Yes, Grog.
Aren't you two dweebs always wanting to, like, steal an airship?
Yes.
Don't
yes,
they have
yes.
one here?
Yes.
We're not
So,
going to catch up with
do I have
them.
to say the third thing, or are you going to get there with...
I would
Sadly-
like to steal that airship, and even then, though, it would take
It'd
us
take way
a
too
week.
much time. We are on a schedule. And we
What,
can-
road trip, bitches? Come on, we got to, like, you know...
instant.
Okay, let's just game this out. What's the worst case scenario? She has one vestige, she may have
Just
two.
a second. What's left after that?
I mean, we could let her do the hard work for us.
What's
then
left
go-
after that?
that we
Has
know
the
of.
cloak that we know of.
That we know.
She's on top of the dagger almost.
Spire of Conflex.
Also,
In the abyssal plane.
And she
And
can,
the plate of Dawn Martyr.
In
And
the
the elemental
fire
plane of
plane.
fire. I mean, those are going to be
Spire the
super
staff.
hard to find for her.
I know, but if we're in an arms race and she's on top of another, maybe we should head to the next that's out of her reach now.
That makes sense to
Soon.
me.
staff is.
Well,
The staff is in the
The
plane of
abyssal-
the abyss.
It's a very scary place.
only
we
problem
need-
with that is she only has one now, and if she has two, she might be a bit harder.
Especially, imagine
I know, but
if
when-
one of us was wearing all of the vestiges.
But there's also all
She
of
has
us.
people working for her, clearly.
And we are
She's not giving
awesome.
No, but I mean, it
She
won't
will
just
make-
be
she will
her
make them
alone.
down.
And we're not going to get there in time to stop her from getting that dagger.
but we might be able to take them from her, and perhaps even finally put her down before she puts more of those bloody things into the world.
Can I also ask another question, Percy?
Sure.
Why does she want these vestiges in the first place? I have a feeling she doesn't want to fight dragons.
She might want to join up with the dragons.
Do you know?
I don't. I
mean, there's many
she be-
reasons to amass power.
Could she be the one letting the dragons know about? Could she be the spy?
I spent less than a week in her company in my life. I know very little about her other than I spent a week in her company and I spent time, I don't know how much time, trying to track her down. And all I learned about her, all I really know is she's very smart and she is the worst person I've ever met.
Why would you say that exactly? Because we've met a lot of terrible people.
Evdak.
People don't.
See? I was saying this last time of like, Ripley hasn't given me huge villain vibes just from what we've seen. So I'm glad that they're digging into this because I'm curious. Like, what is it that makes Percy fear her so much?
Don't frighten me.
Their dad.
He doesn't frighten me.
Sandor was pretty shitty. Clarota. We've made a lot
Well,
of
let's not
terrible
rank
people.
the bad people we've met.
She's a. I don't even know if she wants anything. Maybe maybe she just wants nothing.
Are you genuinely afraid of her?
Yes, very much so.
Oh.
She is.
Fuck, why didn't we kill her when we had her in our...
She got away. We tried.
I made a terrible trade. I made the wrong trade, and I made a terrible decision. I know that. We have 20. The table on the left is just completely incapable.
Player on your right.
Terrible. Play on the right.
Little mug interference.
Thank you. We have 24. Let me just get this enchantment off my gun. Let's find somebody who can pull it off and put it onto something else.
Agreed.
And leave it here. And then let's run screaming to this island and see if we can catch her. And if she's not there, we spend 24 hours where I will recount every desperate attempt I've made to try and kill her in the last few years of my life. And then we head back and deal with the other monstrosities that are waiting for us back home.
I don't know that we'll get there in time.
How do we get there?
We had to fly across the Osmond Sea to get to Marquette.
Took you about a week to get to Vasselheim. Because via skyship from Iman. That's normally like a 2.5-week journey by boat. You guys got to Marquette via your transport via plant. No, sorry, you got to Marquette via the teleportation circle that
Gilmore made for us.
Made for you guys, yes.
Are we by the ocean at all, or...?
But the ocean's above us, right?
You have a mountain range that is at the top, the northern part of the desert. Probably a day and a half of foot travel to get there. And the mountain range, you're not sure how big that is. But from what you know of just loose geography, Scanlan, you probably know this better than anybody, that Ankarel and this part of the desert is not too far from the northern shore of Marquette compared to the rest of it. Like if the entire continent is kind of like a big U, and the rest, this is the Osmond Sea up here. Marquette's right, or this is Marquette, Ankarel's right there, and then this is the ocean.
Can Misty Step travel faster than a boat?
Of an ocean boat, yes. Probably twice as fast.
So if it took her a week to get where she is now, we could probably get there.
In 3 days. But where do you rest?
Yes, we'd have to rest when we do Misty Step.
If your magic runs out while we're flying over the ocean, what happens?
We fall and die.
Well, we don't necessarily drown immediately.
Also, if we can find a way to just teleport to the island, if there's a way that we can...
We have one teleportation circle.
I mean, I could teleport us.
You've got a circle to a circle.
I could teleport us to the edge of the continent. We could sleep, and then
Misty Step from there?
lasts 8 hours.
Yeah. Windwalk, you mean?
Windwalk, whatever.
Misty Step's a different spell, but yeah.
Sorry.
30 feet.
Yeah.
That wouldn't do it.
A little different.
Windwalk lasts 8 hours. Here's my
She's
question.
on a boat.
Yes.
She's not on a magic boat. She can't just magically get back to the shore without sailing there. If we sailed out on an airship or a boat,
We could just bomb her.
well, yes, she's slow moving. She's on a boat. It'll take her days to get wherever she's going. We just need to find her, and we can keep scrying on the airship and just catch up to her slowly. She's a slow moving target, even
I like
after
that you're assuming we'll have an airship.
We don't
could
right
take
now,
us-
but we will soon.
It could take us a while to even get the airship.
Nope, one day. Me and Percy. Maybe 2 hours.
I actually agree with that strategy. It is a bit like fish in a barrel because she is limited by her speed.
Will we be able to find her in the middle of the ocean?
We can keep scrying from the airship.
That's true. We can keep scrying.
We can keep scrying on her. As
So
The
how
first thing
will
we
we
have to do is remove this enchantment, and
Correct.
I'm very open to ideas on how to do it.
Wait, but just play it out. How do we see where she is in comparison to a giant body of water?
Well, we use what sailors do.
Look up at the stars.
stars.
Up in the stars, right? Or,
We scry on her at
scry
night.
We're looking at her, right? Not up. Can we like
No,
go
you
like
can scry
that?
out, yeah.
Are either of you
Just
gentlemen
focused around the target of the scrying.
Are either of you gentlemen
can't just,
smart
like,
enough
go-
to do that?
I can't tilt the camera up a little bit.
I can.
No.
The
I can-
gameplay
You can,
camera
but
is
it'll be,
my
you
camera
can't, but you'll
just
just see kind of a
push
blurred
a
skyline.
we can listen for clues. Maybe the
We're
crew
okay.
members would shout out we're at longitude, blah, blah, blah.
For you, when you scry on something, imagine it like super high depth of field. So like what you're looking at is super in focus, and most everything else is very blurred and out of focus.
Okay, wait, just to play this out a bit more. We know where she's going. We know
do.
where Glint Shore is roughly. If we got a
know where
local,
that island is?
well, we can find a local who does, a sailor or something who can help us navigate our way there.
Maybe somebody in an airship.
We could, but we might just be chasing. It's like,
Dude, I just watched a thing about Amelia Earhart. It's tough to find things in the ocean. The ocean, I don't know if you guys knew this, is big. I like this challenge. I don't know how they're going to solve it or if they are. Like I don't immediately know what the like it doesn't feel like I don't know what to do because it's too complicated and I don't understand it, right? It's just big and hard, which I think is good. Because, like, Matt is presenting them, and I think it's good for your high-level parties. Matt is presenting them with a very basic challenge. It's not hard to like wrap your mind around of like why it would be difficult to get to and find Ripley in terms of like an exploration challenge. But it is so big and so hard that when paired with the timers, they all come back again. When paired with the fact that they're on a timeline, it matters, right? Are they going to waste a bunch of time? Because, yeah, they could probably, like, brute force this, but they keep coming up against this issue of we have a timer. We don't have time to totally brute force this, and it's forcing them to think more cleverly. And especially when you're this high level, you have all of these spells and features and gold at your disposal. You know, you can think about like, okay, maybe we can just buy an airship. Maybe we could steal an airship. Maybe we could do a a wind walk and try to combine that with SCRY and the Magnificent Mansion to like catch up to her without a vehicle. Like all of these individual, they haven't come to a solution yet, but it's the first non-combat challenge that I feel like has been presented to them that they're legitimately questioning if they can accomplish. Which, number one, is hard to do to high-level parties, and number two is something that Vox Machina hasn't really been presented with yet, which is very cool. I already said I was excited for them hunting. This is exactly the sort of reason why. He's essentially presenting them with a sort of needle in a haystack type challenge. Like, they could get to her, but where the fuck is she? If they had laid down a hunter's mark on her, hunter's mark might actually... Oh, dude. Find the path. You can't do find the path on a person, right? Oh, no. Is it actually applicable? The physical route to a fixed location. Fixed location. I mean, you could do find the path, debatably to the aisle, but you need to buy like a piece of glass from the glint shore. But that could be kind of cool. That could be a cool way to facilitate this. Interesting. A lot of interesting stuff. Yeah. Love a good timer. The canonical inspiration for the character of Percy. These are the two wolves inside of Percy. Is this what you looked up, Daniel? Is this what you found? Is that the inspiration for Percy were the two wolves inside of him? Love a good timer. This is part of the reason I love the CC arc. This is, I mean, the entire Marquette portion has been strong. I've been really enjoying it. And Draconia was great. Like, a lot of it has been, like, really solid. Yeah. But because I would want to take revenge with an airship. So true. Yeah. I'm very interested to see if they come up with a solution. Because I feel like there is a clever solution here. But clearly they can't think of what it is, and neither can I. Like, instantly. Interesting. But I don't know if it'd be cool if it's a short story that has some awesome one-sentence summary. You could put it like in spoiler tags or something in the no spoilers chat. Be like, I don't really think it's spoilers, but just in case, and you know, that could be cool.
As long as we're all right with that, we'll just be chasing.
We'll keep scrying until we see if she's found it.
Until we see a
and
tree.
then we make our decision.
Max does have a point, though.
What?
If we're just chasing, we could get the jump on other ones.
Here's the terrifying notion. If you see a tree in any of your scries, can you teleport to it?
Yes, I can.
So as long as she gets next to
Actually, before we keep going, I keep meaning to like to like reset the timer and fix the break notification. So I'm going to do that. How many Brazilians do we have in chat? I don't know. Where utilities are only there during live timers and need to be reset. There we go. Test and reset that. There we go. All right. So yeah, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will come back, and we'll keep going. Because yeah, I want to... I'm very curious as to what they come up with. They're obviously looking at their character sheets. I'm trying to dig through my well of character resource knowledge. So they have a much better chance of solving this than I do. But I will be right back.
To a tree.
No,
I don't think she's getting that.
Whoops. What up? Hello. Also, Imala, get that ass banned. Goodbye, spam bot. All right.
She's in the middle of the
Ocean, island of glass.
Once she's on the island, if the island has a tree,
It's possible. Couldn't sure.
Possible. It was near the island of glass.
she's going to be looking
like a
for it,
long
though. That's
shot.
where I would set up shop if I were.
Well, we have to. I mean, Percival is correct. The first thing we have to do is get that gun unfucked. But then after, we have to decide if we are chasing her down, and it seems 50-50 to me. Not impossible, but not a sure thing at all. Or do we head to the next vestige to keep it out of her hands?
To the plane of abyss?
Well, isn't that
All
where we
the
have to
other
go anyway?
No, it's a 9 health.
Let's get the gun unfucked and we'll simmer on it.
Thank you.
Wait, before we get the gun unfucked, is there any use to it being fucked?
No.
Like, can we have play acting conversations around it, like, oh, this is where we should go next. Hope you're
That is
listening.
deeply assuming that it actually conveys sound, which it may not.
We also have, we have no idea what it actually is, so let's go get it.
All right,
What I'm
let's
going to
get it
do is I
unfucked.
just want to move. Yeah, we're going to have to move that enchantment onto something else.
We can go to that place.
Back to that asshole.
Yeah, back to the asshole.
I know,
Fuck.
I know what he wants now.
What does he want?
He wants Whitestone.
Yes, absolutely.
So
not.
give him Whitestone.
Absolutely not.
He's going to take one really close look at the gun and see a lot of white stone
I
in
got
it.
2 chunks of whitestone in the bag of holding.
He wants the green gems, and I'm not prepared to make that deal.
We can make him a fake one and give it to him for one favor. We can make a fake gem. How hard is that?
He's gonna know.
I got a bunch of gems in the
really
bag of
smart.
holding.
Also,
It's not going to work.
Like-
God
No
has, what do you
offense,
have? Green
Percy, but
gems?
Gems, like lots of gems.
No, but the green gems from Whitestone.
Is I don't know. I don't have no idea. Is Whitestone is much further away from the Ultimate Sea than where we are now, right?
Whitestone is much
Further away. Way other side of a continent, even, right?
I got a hand.
across a vast ocean
And then across the continent. Yes.
One thing that occurred to me
Vehicle play
that
spice.
may not help us at all, but Mistress Asharu, the dead girl,
Yes.
she worked for.
Okay.
She was part of an organization?
Yes.
Maybe they would want to help us because of revenge.
Here's the question, and this is what I've been thinking about sitting here for the last few minutes, is either way, this is terrible, is either we don't tell them and leave town and eventually they find her and she's got strange holes in her from some strange thing that could possibly be a thing that a man with white hair who breezed through town a week ago was holding. Or we
he saw
go
you fire off a
Or we go
shot.
and tell them, and I cannot believe this is about to come out of my mouth, that it wasn't me. It was a one-armed woman who had
A fugitive?
an identical, thank you,
Weapon.
of this one-of-a-kind weapon that no one bloody saw.
Which, no offense.
No, but here's the thing.
I don't care.
Maybe somebody did see her.
Maybe somebody did see it. And maybe they'll know where to get the gun
Even if they did see her, we know she knows how to alter her appearance. Also, no offense, Percy, but I feel like we need to be careful on who you expose that gun to from here on out.
I'm keenly aware.
Not only one for people who might think that you're the culprit, but two for people who are going to want to rip you off again.
She's the only person who's ever gotten a good look at it. She's the only one.
So other than chasing her, going for the next vestige on the list, the third option is wish her good luck and just continue on with our mission, ignoring the fact that she exists.
Maybe she'll die in the Osmond Sea.
She won't.
How long's it been since we left Draconia?
Few days?
5 days.
Not 5
days.
days.
From your travel from Draconia back to Whitestone, to resting in Whitestone, to heading from there to the southern city, then traveling from there to Ank'Harel, and you've had
A lot of that was instantaneous. We did camp. We were like 3 or 4 days.
About 4 or 5 days, because you traveled then from Whitestone to the south of Ank'Harel, then you windwalked to Ank'Harel, but then camped outside of Ank'Harel, because it was the time you got there, it was night. Then you made it into the city, then you stayed for
Slept
the
here
evening, you
at
slept again, and the next night you went ahead and went to the casino, and slept the night there. So yeah, it's been about 5 days.
DM.
Is it like a flying from east to
I think because Matt counted a day as when they went from the outside of Ankh to the inside. I don't know if that's true. But either way, this is something that it does become, and this is something that, like, I think, at least within the campaign that we've seen so far, both Matt and the players are not particularly used to, is like planning the date. Or not planning, but tracking the date so meticulously in a way that you start to need to do depending on what the timer is. And this isn't something that I said at the time, but I when we were first talking about the Draconia timeline, and I said, it's so long as to not have a lot of teeth, not really matter that much. The other aspect of that is that 2 weeks can go by sort of in a blink of an eye, especially if you don't care that much about what the timer is pressuring you towards. Like, I think they care about Draconia in the abstract. Clearly, it has shaped a lot of their thinking in Ank'Harel, but in specific, they don't care enough to be meticulous with the days and to have like a fucking like countdown of like, oh, this many out of this many left, right? And so it's an odd kind of time range where if your party isn't already tracking the days very meticulously, 2 weeks is this awkward time frame where it's not enough that, or it's enough, like it's not short enough to where they're constantly thinking about it, right? If you give them a 3-day timer countdown, they're thinking about that every day. They're just naturally tracking how many they have left, because 3 is an easy number to like mentally keep track of. 14, little bit harder, little bit more difficult to kind of track, right? But it's also not long enough that they functionally don't need to track it. Like, it's not multiple months. They do need to be tracking 2 weeks. It's just that if they are tracking 2 weeks, it kind of becomes functionally infinite. It's this weird middle area that is not an odd place to put it to put the range, because I also think they argued it up. but it's a range that you probably need to have some sort of external tracking for, or you need to like put a player in charge of keeping track of it, or you need to recommend it to them, because I don't think that they will they won't be able to keep track of it effortlessly like they might be able to do if it was like 5 and below, right? But they do need to keep track of it, or else it will kind of get away from them. Even if Matt miscounted, they do tend to long rest a lot. Yeah, a bit. Yeah. Well, and I think it's partially because like they're still being somewhat cognizant of their time, but they're just not used to being that cognizant of their time. So these long rests are still very, kind of hardwired of like, we're like not ready for something, like we're not at our full capacity for something even remotely challenging. Long rest. Yeah. They care about Draconia the same. I mean, okay, sorry. When I say they don't care about Draconia, I don't think they care about the Draconian timer all that much. Because the name Whitestone has fucking gotten out. And that's the only thing that the Draconians have on them. That's the threat of the timer, is if they let the timer expire, then the Draconians will leak Whitestone to Vorugal. But like they don't know where it is, assumingly. I guess maybe they could find it on a map and like explain it to him. I guess that's possible. But yeah. So I that's what I'm saying. It's not that they don't care about Draconia as like a nation. I'm saying I don't think they care that much about the Draconian timer, or at least as much. It always turns into a time management game. Not being able to awake during the day is so limiting. I can feel that. Yeah. Yeah. That would be true if it wasn't for Scanlan. Oh yeah. Oh dude, I forgot about that. So yeah, that is very true. You guys are totally right. So that's even more of a reason that they don't really care about the timer, because there is benefit to there's benefit to completing it, but it's not that much of a downside. It's not that much of a detriment if they let it elapse. I still like that it's there, to be very clear. I really like that it's there. But yeah, there's a mountain of reasons that it's not top of mind, including the fact that including the actual like time amount that it is. Yeah.
So West thing, will we gain back a day when we go back?
No.
Not that far.
But we don't have to fly, we just have to teleport there.
As long as we teleport, we're fine.
But we don't have a plan. We have 5 days to figure out how to fucking kill a dragon. Oh, Jesus.
And we didn't get the vestige we came here for,
No, we did not. In fact, it's worse.
Well, it was two weeks with the agreements. You have more than 5. You have 9.
You can do anything in 9 days.
Yeah.
We don't even have to keep the agreement. Come on.
Potentially.
Just saying. No, we getting the gun unfucked or what?
Let's go downstairs and talk to her employer.
To Treve. Treve?
Brief, yes. All right.
I'm gonna leave the gun upstairs still.
All right, tree.
Wait, what? Don't we need to like have the gun to?
Oh, we gotta find out who's gonna
Once we
unfuck
find
it.
out where he's gonna fuck it.
Is Treve downstairs?
Just leave
Right,
me.
you head down into the tavern, and at this time of day, it's a little empty, a little sparse. Maybe like 4 patrons that are 2 in discussions, one's deep in the cups, and one that just seems to be in the midst of going through paperwork. And in the far back, you see Treve once again has his heavy spectacles on and is currently looking through that same book he was in before. Doesn't seem to pay any mind to you until you approach him.
Treve,
Aye. Good to see you. What can I do for you?
we need to talk to you. It's rather urgent.
Then talk to me. Puts his book away, glasses on, and leans forward.
There's been a complication. The mistress is, she's been assassinated.
When we hadn't heard anything in these past few days, we decided to pay her a call.
He leans forward a little bit on the bar. Vex and Keyleth, you do notice that the hooded figure that originally delivered the note is back in the far corner where it was, and it seems to have stepped a couple inches out of the shadows as well, paying very close attention to this conversation.
Did we bring the note with us?
So you're saying that the mistress was assassinated?
And the cloak stolen.
So
cloak she wore.
And you know this how?
We found her body
Where?
in her home.
I think that was a home.
In her hideout?
In her room beneath the house.
Did you know where she lived? How'd you know where she lived?
We're very clever. But not clever enough to stop this. It appears this happened possibly before we even... We don't know when it happened. It happened
About
a while
a week ago, I think.
Percy, make a persuasion check.
Oh.
13.
Okay. Dreve kind of puts one hand out on the bar. He's got like a big heavy coin in it, and he's kind of like nervously tapping it.
We think we know who did it. In fact, we're near positive that we know who did it.
You hear as the door of the tavern closes, and all the patrons you saw are now standing up completely sober. And they're all just kind of taking a circle to the outside of your group, and he's leaning forward going, all right, so you're clever. You came looking for the mistress. She suddenly winds up dead. You found her body.
And we
no.
tell you this as opposed to leaving.
We had nothing to do with it. We could have left town.
Clearly, we know how this looks, which is why we came to you first.
The desperate hope of finding who did this.
What's the hooded figure doing right now?
Still just kind of sitting in the back of that kind of shattered alcove between a bunch of barrels that are stacked and part of the bar side.
I'm going to keep focused there.
Is he still tapping the coin?
No, the coin tapping is stopped.
And what are the people around us doing? Are they like drawing their weapons?
No.
Do they seem armed?
Do you take a look around?
I want to just kind of glance.
I take a very blatant look around.
Okay. None of them appear to be armed, but they're all looking very closely upon you. You can make a perception check, Keyleth and Grog, if you like.
Don't send me a bullet.
13.
Oh, not bad.
There is a ceiling.
Just straight perception. 25.
Okay. Yeah, you see them staring. They look pretty, normal.
Pretty.
You do notice, and what you didn't quite notice before when you first entered, but a lot of these tables have like small cubbies on the edges, and each one of them are standing very close to one. One you see what looks to be a little bit of a pommel that is barely poking out, and they're just all like just at the ready.
I kind of want to like.
This tavern definitely is, Mercenary Band uses this tavern as a base of operations and has definitely seemingly outfitted it to be functionally a good place for mercenaries when they need to be.
I look down in front of me. Is there any in the table, like kind of hidden cubbies on the table that we're at?
That you're at?
Yeah.
As you begin, you have to get down to really inspect. Do you want to do that?
No.
Okay. At first, at the initial glance, you don't see anything. Because everything that's close to you is from a top-down perspective, and you're kind of blocked from seeing anything beneath.
For what it's worth, we will not draw first.
Chief.
We want to find her. Have any of your people seen a woman with one metal arm? She is so dangerous, and now so much more dangerous.
He goes ahead and puts a finger up this way, and kind of marks this direction. The figure that you're watching, Vax, steps out from the shadow and just walks very calmly across the room through all of you, right at the edge of the bar by the door. He goes, without not breaking eye contact with you, just kind of speaks outside of his mouth. Treve goes, go ahead and check their story. See her abode. We're all going to wait here nice and patiently together until we find out what the fuck is going on.
Makes sense. Do you have any mead?
You got mead.
In the meantime, I would like to at least start to tell you what we need next for when our story is confirmed.
Well, you certainly got a captive audience, so go ahead.
This woman has been tracking us. She placed a mystical tracker upon us at some point in the past. We've just discovered it. And we need to find a way to move it away from us and put it somewhere where she does not suspect that we know that she placed it and does not see us coming when it's time for us to kill her.
So you're saying this woman that you're chasing is the one that killed the mistress?
Yes, we believe so.
Your mistress had a very powerful item on her. It's why we sought her out as well.
I'm also just kind of blindsided the idea the mistress was felled by someone. She can take care of herself and has for quite some time.
From what I could see, her attackers were not alone. There were 5 of them.
They had an unfair advantage.
5 of them and a woman, you say? His eyes come down for a second. Describe this woman.
She disguises her appearance, so how we know her might not be how you have seen her, if you have indeed. She has sometimes been shown herself as an old woman.
Yes.
Old woman. And he starts describing, he's like, sort of a spindly grey blonde hair, tumbled past the shoulders, kind of piercing bluish-green eyes.
Always piercing eyes.
Did she come through here?
She was the last one to hire the mistress. About a week before you came.
What was the job?
I don't know.
And she had some fellows traveling with her?
She had 5 individuals following her eye.
What did they look like?
Didn't get the best good look. Kept it very hush-hush between me and the lady at the table. The rest of them just stayed at the back of the bar. And they went on their business.
Where were they staying?
Here.
In our rooms?
Aye.
That gives me the heebie-jeebies.
It does not make me feel good. She is so dangerous.
How was she a full week ahead of us?
Oh, shit.
How does she...
Tree.
Because we went to Draconia.
I put dust of tracelessness on the ground in her home.
What's that mean?
It's going to obfuscate any of the scuffle. They're only going to find a body with holes in it.
So you're telling me that you came in here with a story about a murder of one of my finest mercs?
Yes.
And you decided upon finding this murder to get rid of all the evidence of said murder and anything that could possibly point to you not being the murderers.
I did point this out to everybody before we came down here, and again, at the moment, we were a little bit thrown by the...
I'm not going to lie, I mean, as far as...
Why would we come directly to you if that were the case? Why would we have not just left?
Plus, you know what?
They will be able to tell that body's at least a week
I was
old.
going to say,
Exactly, your man has seen that dead body before. He's going to be able to tell it's been there for a while.
I'm sure you have a cleric in the circle. Talk to her firsthand if you have to.
I'm curious if you can imagine a reason why we would come to you with this rather than sneak away in the night.
Yeah, I'm just curious how much the meat is.
On the house. And he pulls under the bar and reaches around for a second and pulls up one kind of thick, kind of dark, like red ceramic.
I will say, I'll say two things. Number one, yeah. The nonverbal acting from Tal has been a solid example of nonverbal acting. Like, one of the things that you can do in person that I don't think comes across as well in, like, digital, unfortunately. I think it's one of the weaknesses of, like, digital DMing, or digital running, is that sort of nonverbal acting that where you can still participate in a scene without necessarily interrupting other players. I think that sort of thing is much harder, unfortunately, on a digital table. But it's still possible, especially with cameras on and potentially, you know, with some sort of onomatopoeias. The other question I have is Speak with Dead first or second level? I believe it's or third. It's third level. I mean, in this setting, absolutely, this person should be able to find someone who can speak with dead. Speak with Dead is an interesting level. Third level is an interesting level. In a lot of my games, which run generally like medium to maybe low magic, although a lot of times they trend higher over the course of the game, I think someone said it earlier, of like fifth levels should be like rare and epic. I agree. Third level is that like... Third level spells, I should say, are like that expert tier of spells, right? It's like you can find someone, and, you know, someone that you ask may know somebody who's heard of somebody whose brother's wife, sister was powerful enough to do third level magic. So I think from that, or in that sense, I really like Speak with Dead kind of sitting in that. I think it's a good example of that type of thing. I wouldn't want it to be fucking every beat cop and even every precinct. I wouldn't even want to have someone that can speak with dead. Not even every temple. You know, maybe you have to go to like the temple HQ. Something to that degree. To find someone that can cast this sort of thing. But I do like it being theoretically available, just limited. And then like fifth level, I think we're approaching the point where it's like a question mark if it's available, except for like big villains or huge allies. Or like really, really like standout NPCs. Because that's, you know, getting to like 10th level. But it is, and it's the perfect thing, especially in this setting, which is much higher magic. Perfect thing to bring up at this point, yeah. Yeah. There's a few players who are good at nonverbal acting consistently. I would certainly put Tal near at the top. He's definitely good at doing it consistently. On a personal level, sometimes it's a tad over the top for me, but also like that's from a media viewing perspective. From a D&D perspective, fucking go over the top. You know, it's we're role playing, we're acting, and this is something that is And he is, even if he's going maybe a little bit more over the top than Percy might act in the moment, he is, the overacting to an extent can help communicate an internal sensation to the other players. So I wouldn't, in terms of the actual playing, I don't fault it at all. I think we mentioned this even recently, but Speak with Dead specifically is the kind of spell that's world-alteringly powerful in implications. Absolutely. Which is why you absolutely need, I think it should be very rare, but I do think it's interesting to have, especially if they have to give up some sort of extreme cost in order to contract it. And if you have a cleric that can speak with dead, people wanting to contract your cleric is a very reasonable course of action, I think. Yeah. He's also at a table with 6 of them. Yeah, also true. So I think his acting is very appropriate for the situation that he's in. Yeah. Interesting. This is an episode, I don't want to say they're rare, but I think they're a minority of episodes where I'm just like along for the ride. I don't even have a lot to like say about any of the individual things because a lot of it is fulfillment of past stuff. So like Matt really isn't introducing much that is new to them. Like the majority of what he's introduced is the scry scene, which, you know, he had scripted out, it seemed. And is that actually it? I mean, I guess theoretically the signature itself. But there's not a lot of decisions being made on Matt's part. This episode has just kind of been the fulfillment of a lot of different decisions that Matt has made up until this point. I don't think he's like having to make a lot of improv choices. Everything is just falling out from all of the dominoes that he already set up. And those are the sequences where I sometimes have the least to say because it's just like, man, Matt set it up well. Now we're just along for the ride. You know, we're not talking to anyone new. We're not, you know, learning a ton of new information. It's just the players role playing it out. And these are some of the most interesting scenes to me in terms of, sometimes I think about this stream almost as research, like market research to see how certain decisions impact the players. And that's these sorts of streams where I'm just watching to see like, okay, how do all of these decisions that Matt made combine? And how are they playing out in front of the players? I think we're seeing a lot of the timer having a huge effect, even though it's so soft. And I also think, to an extent, we're starting to see a level of their confidence. I don't think they would have done this. Like, they really debated in the Iman episode, like going to the clasp and how they were going to do it and sneaking in and all of this. And like they really heavily debated it. And I think we're seeing them reach a point where they don't really have to concern themselves with the lower organizations, which is fair. You know, I don't think that this entire room of people could take them. So it's very, very interesting. Also, you don't need Speak with Dead to make the dead speak. All you need is Major Illusion and a high deception roll. Facts. But yeah. Yeah, interesting.
Make a bottle. Cap's already off. Yeah, he's like, plucked it off with his thumb and just sets it in front of you.
Oh, thanks.
I'm so sorry.
I guess it's possibly one of the major setbacks this line of business is very few grow old and grey and get to die happy in their beds. Got God knows I was planning to. There's kind of a long, awkward, pause interspersed with bits of conversation for about 15 minutes before the hooded figure returns. Enters the door, comes over and whispers for a good solid minute in the ear of Treve before stepping back and very calmly walking back to its little corner. Treve sits up. What parts of your story certainly hold up?
Dude, imagine Treve is a ranger and the hooded figure is his bear. And it just like goes off because Matt just called the hooded figure it. I guess he calls Trinket a he, but imagine that's his beast companion.
The body has been there for a while, at least from before I saw you. Mind you, I don't know when you came into the town, really. We only met a few days ago.
If we were smart enough to take care of her and smart enough to pull all of this off, this would be a ridiculous move.
We would come to hire her after we already
kill her?
I would beg you to explain why we're having this conversation.
Oh, believe me, a lot of you just doesn't make sense, period. So I'm just trying to figure it all out. He kind of rubs the end of his long draconian snout.
The woman in question helped murder my entire family. Took great pleasure and delight in it. I have been tracking her for years.
What you plan to do when you find her, then?
Kill her. That's all. I've lost my taste for anything beyond that, but she is dangerous and she is evil.
In this moment, everyone in this room wants the same thing.
We didn't come to you because we necessarily needed to go through the proper channels. We did it because we were trying to be...
Yeah, Daniel. I mean, this is a good thing to display. Like, at the end of the day, Matt controls Treve's brain. He controls Mrs. Asharu's brain, Ripley's brain, all of Ripley's compatriots, if they debate about where to go. Yeah, Matt had a lot of control over this. And the way... And that's why I say that it's, we're seeing the dominoes that he set up. And maybe I should be more clear about that. It's not the dominoes that he set up 60 episodes ago. This is... Sorry, the dog was just yowling outside the door like she wanted to let me in. These aren't dominoes that were set up necessarily 60 episodes ago. Some of them were, like the fact that Ripley exists was set up 60 episodes ago. But there were a lot of specific decisions made relatively recently. And where is Ripley? What is she going after? What is she doing? Which of the vestiges is she pursuing at any given time? And the timing of all of that is definitely well within his control. And I've said repeatedly, he's good at the magic trick. But this is sort of the fruit of that magic trick, is you reach a point where if you're good enough at it and you make the world feel big enough, eventually you reach certain points. It's not all the time. You have to be introducing new stuff. But there are times where your world can kind of coast on its own, which is both time for you as a DM to just, enjoy yourself. I find that part of it enjoyable. But also time for you to think through your next steps, potentially use those opportunities where you're not actively introducing new things to foreshadow new things. In small ways that the players might not pick up on in the moment. A lot of times, we talked a few episodes ago that sometimes there can be too much foreshadowing. There's too much going on. The players have too much to think about. But I think in these stretches where they're just interacting with NPCs, they're, letting things play out, and you're letting things play out, those can be good times to foreshadow little small things, which I think to an extent this conversation with Treve kind of does. Treve, at least to me, seems like he has a little bit more going on than just the lieutenant of Mistress Asharu. So I think that Matt is even taking the opportunity to to do that. But it's also a time to just focus, on making it the best it can be. Yeah, they seem to have forgotten Scalen's modified memories of the original timer threat. No, just like Daniel said, they would never forget. Never forget. It's a great feeling when you drop a bomb and the player look back at their notes and realize they could have figured it out later. Yeah, absolutely. And you want to let what you've set up breathe. But it's also a good time to potentially start setting up the next set of dominoes, even as these ones are slowly going over. Yeah.
Be forthcoming. Clearly, you are all a talented bunch. So are we.
My feelings for her have become very complex. I don't care who kills her at this point. She just needs to be removed from the Earth.
Which one of you is your deal maker?
Well,
I boot Scanlan forward on the tush.
Hello. Hi.
This one.
I make the best deals. I know the best words.
I'm not really good at this in general.
This one.
Sometimes it's Vex, but many times it's me.
He kind of leans over the bar and gets real close up to you and kind of takes a moment to kind of... you smell like trouble. I like that. Make a persuasion check.
What am I persuading him to do?
This is your just essence of presence and telling him that you're the kind of person that...
My general charm?
Your general charm.
I don't know what he's wearing, but it's very nice.
Persuasion, you say?
Calvin Klein.
by
29.
shape. Yeah, exactly.
How's this for a deal? I got a nice fine look at your faces. I got friends all across these lands. If what you say is true, you go. We let you leave. You find this murdering bitch. You kill her. I want one thing. Her good hand. I think that would be vengeance enough for the mistress.
I mean, we don't have any use for it.
I
don't
feel
think.
very good about that deal.
Yeah.
Good terms.
Wait,
Not talking to you. Talking to you.
that's lovely, but we can't find her without some assistance.
Well, you've come to the right place. What assistance do I have to give you? What you need?
We need to get this curse off of the thing that found your assassin.
Can't really help you with that. Sorry, mate.
You don't have any magic wielders among you?
We've got scattered mercs throughout the city, but they work for coin. And half of them are busy in other jobs.
We have coin.
What you got?
What do we got?
Enough.
Let us know what it takes. Money is money, and we have a long way to go and a lot to deal with, but we are happy to pay for the work that is done.
All right, we can call someone in.
We also may need some naval assistance.
Specifically a ship of sorts?
Or transportation. She's on a boat. She's heading north to the island of...
Glenshaw.
Glenshore.
Or, even if you just know of any trees, big trees.
He goes, well... Ships? No, not much in the way of ships here in the middle of a desert. They're only looking for them skybuggers. If you're looking for a ship like that for seafaring types, you're going to want to go past the Agrid Mountains and make your way towards the Bay of Gifts.
Bay of
Bay of
Gifts.
Gifts.
That's where you find the port town of Shemal.
Port town of Shamal.
Shemal. That's mountain range is vast in itself. You're looking at at least a week on foot to try and traverse those mountains.
Did you say Bay of Gifts?
Bay of Gifs, it's pronounced.
Oh, it's a local joke. I'm so sorry.
That's,
Port of Shamal.
Shmuel.
there is a skyport near here, is that true?
It's over by the,
Controlled by the local government?
oh no, fucking controls the skyport.
We're not asking you. We have other friends as well.
I mean, if you're looking for speed, it's probably your best bet. Ships on this ocean, well, let's say the weather's not usually handy.
We are looking for speed and a crazy captain.
Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Now, go, kill her, give me your hand. I'll figure if time goes by and I haven't heard from you, you've either died, or I'll be sending some of our mercs to come find you.
Yeah, but the magic thing
Yes.
and the gun...
How long would it take to get this person who can remove a curse?
Or if you were going to go do something like this, who would you find in town?
If you're looking for fast, speedy, and immediate assistance with this, well, that's going to have to run the cost up a bit, see.
I know.
We have quite an enchanter that could probably help you with that.
Oh, really?
Aye. It was about, see, in the next hour I could bring him in. But I'll run you full disillusion or whatever you need. 750 gold.
Not full disillusion. How about a transference?
Transference.
To move the enchantment to another object.
Oh, it takes...
It's a much easier enchantment.
Well, moving something takes a little bit longer than you just get rid of something.
How much longer?
I don't know, not one of them types. But I mean, we've had a couple of enchantments move in the past, and that was anywhere from a few days to a few weeks to get that done.
Jeez.
Why don't we call him in and have him look at it?
All right,
750, do we have that to spare?
Yes.
That's worth its weight.
750.
750, or if you have a need of gems, we have gems.
You don't get fast and cheap.
I know.
Are you a gem lover?
I can carry a bit of jewellery on occasion.
I like you. What do we have?
So many things. You should call your enchanter.
He goes ahead and pulls out looks like a small tome of blank sheets. Many you see have been torn out, and he kind of makes a quick note on one. Just rolls it up very simply. He doesn't do the usual rigmarole of an official writ, but hands it to the masked-hooded figure in the corner, who walks out and darts off. Kine will be here in an hour.
An hour.
Kine?
Kine.
Kaiman?
Sorry, that rang a bell. Sorry.
All right.
Payment.
Payment.
Up front, wow.
Well, but we don't even know what he's doing yet.
Do you trust in my service?
Of course. I just don't know what we're going to have him do. That's all.
Well, if you'd much rather, we could just go in and clean out your guts here on the floor. Wouldn't be the
How
first time I've had to
about
swab the floors here.
These two
I stained terribly.
beautiful
Wait, she's negotiating.
sapphires. They're quite lovely.
All right.
And I pull out a giant raw ruby as well.
He knocks the countertop, kind of gestures for you to put them down. He looks over one of the guys in the bar, and when they've all kind of relaxed a bit now, two of them have sat down. One of them approaches. Appears to be human, a little scruffy. Looks like he's a little ill, to be honest. Like he's probably just not had a good week. Food. He, however, walks up and fumbles through a small pouch and pulls out a small jeweler's eyepiece and takes them up and inspects each of them independently. How much are they worth?
200 each for the sapphires, and the ruby is 150.
Jesus, Laura.
It's only 100 gold short.
It's only 100 gold short.
I take it. Just back down.
Yeah.
Very well. Did his pay. Takes the gems, pops them in his little side pouch. You guys wait for the hour?
I was going to say, if two people want to start booking passage on or somebody wants to go start booking passage on an airship, my personal feeling is Grog and Scanlan would be the people to send on such an adventure. Personally.
Grog? I mean, yes, Grog would be good at that. Yes, let's do that.
I'm only saying Grog because then they know what they're getting into.
I like that idea.
Are you trying to get me out of the room?
No. Well, yes. Would you rather sit for an hour in here, or would you rather go outside and talk to somebody about a giant flying boat?
The latter one?
Yes.
Perfect. It's like Hannibal and Mr. T together. That's what you want.
I don't know. That's my opinion, personally. Unless
Call me
anybody else.
Baracus. Let's go.
All right, we'll go.
This is something that I thought about when starting this new campaign. It only has 3 players, and I've talked about my player count preferences before, but something that I didn't really hit on that I don't know if I had any specific awareness of until watching this right now is we've talked off and on about having 6 players at the table can put a bit of pressure on sharing the spotlight, and it can be tough from that perspective to make sure that everyone is getting equal time at the microphone, I guess, in this case, especially with things that they aren't good at. Like, I remember earlier in chat, someone said, like, somebody please let Scanlan talk. Because Scanlan's the face. He's got the high charisma. He's going to be the most effective talker. And we see this as well with Vax when it comes to scouting ahead. As much of a meme as it is of him going ahead, he's the best at it. And that is going to happen no matter what in D&D, right? No matter what, people are going to have specialties and they are going to lean towards doing those. But a lot of times when people are involved in their specialties, they need help. And when you have so many people, you will either have someone who is very personally vested or invested in that case. Like in this case, Percy doesn't, he's off and on about when he interjects himself into conversations, right? But it makes a lot of sense for this one. He's very personally invested in Ripley and what's going on here. Whereas, he might not be as personally invested in some other social aspects, so he might not talk as much. But it gets really hard if you have, really actively negative stats in a lot of, especially the mental stuff. if you have this many players, a lot of the times you're going to have the person who's personally invested and the person who's good at it. And that becomes you less and less of the time when there are this many players. You know what I'm saying? And especially if it's something like a barbarian where, at least in 514, it's difficult for them to use a lot of their features outside of combat. It's one of the reasons, even though it's maybe a little bit strange in terms of the feel of it, I really liked the rage changes in 524 because they would give Grog an opportunity to be more active in certain types of roleplay. Make him possibly the best at it in the party in certain circumstances. So that was... But all of that is just harder when you have 6 players because the number of specialists goes up and the number of sub-specialists goes up, where you get like the best 2 people in the party. Whereas if you're in a 3-person party, it's rare that you're going to have a sub-specialist. You know, people are going to need to dive into their specific things. What's up, Andre? How you doing? Welcome back. Yeah. So it's definitely not like something that should prevent you from having 6 players, but it is one of the difficult parts. And like, I'm sure that Matt has to really specifically think about like providing things for Grog to interact with, because unless they actively split the party, there's rarely a reason that can justify Grog piping up in a conversation that matters, and that kind of sucks, right? I don't know. At least I don't like that. So it's why I tend towards smaller tables. At any given night, I like there being 4 players, but in practice, you need 5 to 6 people in the campaign to get an average of 4 to show up. I do not necessarily have that experience. Unless you're having people, you know, kind of in and out all the time. I guess it also depends on how often you're playing. But no, the last 2 campaigns that I have personally DM'd, both had 3 players, and we met. We didn't have too much trouble with scheduling, because at that point it's only, it's only 4 people that you got to schedule for. As opposed to 6. So the scheduling gets a little bit easier as you go down in player count. But I can see what you're saying still.
Our friends are going to arrange travel for us. The rest of us are going to stay here. Is that appropriate?
Certainly. Sit. Get you some food. So is it going to be just you 2?
That?
I guess we're gonna go try to find an airship.
Yeah, twins.
Like the ends of the table, really.
Schwarzenegger and DeVito at it again.
Julius, my God! Which one's which?
Vincent, you're my twin.
I'm pregnant, Vince. Oh, wrong topic. I always thought it was the same guy in my head. It's a sequel.
All right, so as the rest of you guys stay behind, you get a fair meal. The 2 of you begin making your way through Ank'Harel. Let's see here.
I hope you're
So you'll
happy.
be making your way over towards the edge of the Sun Bazaar, towards the Sand Herald district. Right on that cusp there is where you saw the Skyport in the distance. Go ahead and make an investigation check. Make one as well, Grog.
Yeah,
25.
17.
All right. Where normally it would be confusing to find where the base of it is it is kind of obfuscated by a series of other larger buildings. You guys ask a couple of folks rather quickly that seem to know the layout of the town really well, and with just enough of a flash of a smile and a flash of a really intense arm muscle, you, within the next 30 minutes or so, find yourself at the base of the actual Skyport. It is called the Indala Skyport.
Indala.
And not as tall as the one in Iman, which is placed in the outskirts of the Cloudtop district.
It's a good
but it appears to be on level. It's maybe like a good 5 stories up. The outside of it is a similar chain-lifted platform as the tower in the Thulian Palace you guys traversed earlier in your time in Ank'Harel. And it appears to be a large stone scaffold with no walls, just sitting there on the ground. As you approach, there are 2 people dressed in simple clothing. You see some dust and general dirt on their hands.
I'll give a short answer, Andre, since we're in kind of the critical role stream. We're more kind of focusing things around that. But I will give a short answer that paladins are they just take oaths, you know? They're not related necessarily to gods. Even though a bunch of their features have the word divine in them. They do not need to be related to any specific god, so there's really no conflict between warlock and paladin. Warlocks have a patron and paladins have an oath, unless the oath conflicts with something your patron wants you to do. But that's just fun conflict. Now, in terms of any specific lore, that would be campaign and setting dependent. But I mean, at base, you just got to work with your DM to come up with a reason.
In the midst of moving crates up and down, you see they're moving some barrels off of the platform, putting them up into a cart that's going to be probably well deeper into the city. As you approach the platform, you see one of them is essentially by what looks to be a sort of a bell mechanism, like a attached to the part of the platform, a small block that's about shoulder high, and there's a bell on the end of it with a ringer.
Wait, before we ring, have you ever rented a skyship before?
No, I have no idea what we're doing here.
Oh, really?
I mean, I assume we're trying to find out how much it costs and how for a 7-day rental, including a pilot or two.
So we're doing this like the straight and narrow way.
We're getting the information, probably come back and steal.
Ooh, okay. I'll be quiet, you Doc.
Okay, well, yeah, you're pretty good at this too.
Yeah, well.
I feel so good.
Help, it's happening.
Help, it's actually happening.
Do you mind if I ring the bell?
Yeah, go for it.
Can I ring the fucking shit out of that bell?
As you step up onto the stone platform, both of you, the two guys that are working, the guy keeps putting the barrels, there's like 2 or 3 on the side there, and he goes ahead and sets one of the 3 up, just staring at you as you approach. The other guy is kind of at the side, goes, can I help you? As you walk past and just turn back and smile and just start ringing the crap out of it. Make a strength check.
Oh, no. Oh, that's not so bad. 13. Oh.
13, okay. You have enough control over your physical brawn as to not snap or destroy the bell. However, what happens is after you ring the bell for a second, one of the guy goes, wait, no, you're not, no. And before anything else happens, the chains that were kind of slack tighten up, and the platform begins to lift up.
Oh.
The guy who had 2 barrels left on the platform still like, no, wait, and goes over and tries to like grab one of the barrels, it kind of tumbles off and breaks on the ground next to him. He's like, and he's like raising his fist.
We're on an elevator?
Yeah. It's lifting up. It's about 15, 20 feet off the ground, and it's going up the top. The bell seems to have notified whatever crew is bringing the platform up, but he didn't get a chance to finish bringing his load off the platform before you rang the bell.
I think we're doing it right.
I think so.
As you leave the 2 gentlemen below, as the 2 of you lift up on this platform, you make your way up to the elevated terrace that marks the actual skyport, and it's a large, wide, thick platform that it's built atop what looks to be a series of warehouses that fill out this district, and this was kind of a newer addition to it as this technology became available. And actually, go ahead and roll a history check.
What?
Natural 20.
Wow!
Love me some airships.
Actually, skyships originated in Ank'Harel. This is where the crystals that hold them aloft are enchanted.
Oh, gee.
There have been other ships. There are different designs that are constructed in different towns. You do know that there is no skyship transport to Wildmount, and that was part of the reason why the sovereign Uriel was trying to make that deal with the Briarwoods under the idea that it would open trade with Wildmount. It's pretty insular and kind of locked off from the larger countries here that work together. But yeah, so this skyport here is probably the first skyport that was built, and this is the origin of that tech. As you come to the very top of the platform, eventually stops, and you see one gentleman there who's essentially working this large crank that brings the platform up, and it has a series of thick chains that kind of wind on themselves. As soon as he finishes, and you guys get happy turns, and what? Hello?
Meep.
Be pleased. We are here to inquire about some business, if you don't mind.
He points that way, and you guys look to the right. And the rest of this terrace, for the record, there are 2 skyships that are currently docked here at the moment. One that has a very kind of nice, thick, heavy design. It has beautiful kind of gems encrusted in the side, this kind of brass and gold inlay that twists into this kind of turquoise transition to the bottom. It's a beautiful ship. And you can see now there's a crew of about 12 that are currently loading things onto it right now. There's a big crane-like apparatus, similar to what you had in Amon, that is currently putting things onto the ship. It looks like it's being heavily loaded for transport somewhere. There's another ship. Looks familiar.
I think Matt, or I think that I give lore too freely. Then I see Matt just straight up tell them the history of skyships. No, I think in that specific scenario, like, seemed like pretty Oh, likely ban evader. Restricted. Look at that. Yep, there's another bot in the Twitch. Banned. Get that ass banned. Sorry. Yeah, no, I think I generally like, especially if it's just history lore of like a setting, I tend to lean on more than less. Because it's just, there's no, how do I say it? We have not participated in the history of our characters. We have observed it in a way by writing down the highlights, but we were not there. We did not get to participate in it minute by minute. And so there are large swaths of our characters' lives that we know nothing about, even when we're playing them. And I look at the dice sometimes as a way to reveal those things, right? Like, if the player asks, sometimes I'll have my players, or I as a player have just said, nah, I wouldn't know anything about that. But in this case, Scanlan was asking about it. He made the roll. And so to me, if I'm DMing or even when I'm playing, I look at those sorts of things as revealing parts of my character's past to me. Now, how common knowledge some of that history was, maybe a lot of people know all about that. Maybe it's common knowledge that trade with Wildmount is pretty restricted. But it could also, even if it's a niche piece of information, it could just represent something that your specific character was interested in that you didn't even realize they were interested in until now. So yeah, I tend to be more free with it than less. I really like that some parts of the world are interconnected. Wildmount and Isilra are over there being antisocial a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I also love the phrase "from your past," etc. Your character would know. Yeah, adding that in. Yeah. I thought Matt just volunteered the origin of skyships. He did. He rolled a 20 on history. I'm not going to rewind. But yeah, I don't know if he asked the question or if Matt asked for the roll. But either way, yeah. A roll was made. I can guarantee that. And he got either a nat 20 or a non-natural 20. So he's pretty high roll. Yeah, which I also love asking for a history check, nature check, arcana, for exactly that sort of situation of like volunteering that sort of lore. A lot of times I will always have something that is, maybe like common knowledge. And I'll maybe hold back some of the details. Yeah.
What you had in Amon that is currently putting things onto the ship. It looks like it's being heavily loaded for transport somewhere. There's another ship. Looks familiar. It looks actually very similar to the Amon designs that you guys saw at the skyports over there. That appears to be by about 6 heavy chains locked to the opposite side of the skyport and doesn't seem to have any apparent hustle bustle or crew around it. It's a little bit smaller than the more intricate design. The one that has all the work around it does match some of the design aesthetic of some of the higher end areas of Ank'Harel, so that you probably imagine it's one of the original skyships that was built here. The other one you saw has the small fins in the side, similar to the one you were across to Vasselheim. You do also notice that there are about 6 hands of Ord scattered across the terrace in full armor that are basically keeping an eye out and watching everything, make sure no bullshit goes down. And let's see. You do see what appears to be a small building that's in the center of this terrace that maybe has about 3 or 4 different rooms, and most of the apparently the individual who is overseeing this entire process with the one big ship is walking back and forth between with instructions to the foreman who's yelling out to the crewmen who are loading up this big ship. That'll probably be the place to go to inquire.
Okay, we go over there.
Yeah.
All right. As you walk in,
we die.
Horrible stroke.
We die.
Scanlan is no more.
Green Dragon unveils herself and we die.
My barrels!
Shit.
You've read this one.
Literally the last place we would have looked.
Okay, there we go. Listen back. All right. So, as you walk into the room, it's fairly quiet. There appears to be a clerk office there with a bunch of ledgers just stacked up, and you can see it looks to be kind of a layout of a number of days with notes scrawled in a language that you don't recognize. There are a couple.
All right, we are taking a break. Yeah. This is going faster, simultaneously faster and slower than I thought it would. It's interesting. It's interesting, like the pacing of things. It's not. It is both like a lot of things are happening. And speaking of Matt taking this time to foreshadow things and to set up little pieces of information, that whole Wildmount isolation bit for whenever they happen to go there, nice foreshadowing. But it's this... It's a combination of kind of slow because they're actually like paying attention to time and like waiting on things. I'm trying to think of the last time that Vox Machina waited on someone else to do something that wasn't Scanlan getting the portrait done of himself, the big giant thing that they hung up in Grayskull. I'm trying to think, and even then, they didn't stand in place and wait for that. It's absolutely happened. It must have. I just can't think of it at the moment. But it doesn't happen often. And this one, it's very important. It seems like they have to do this before they can progress. But simultaneously, they're still doing things. It's just things that aren't necessarily like, don't feel like a big spotlight. Like this airship is probably going to be helpful, but isn't like fully necessary. So I'm not necessarily saying that it's filler, but it's like a lower importance kind of trough in between some, very high drama, high importance sections. It's kind of like a little bit of a break. So it's like that part is going faster, but then there is so much like thought around their next few moves. They just can't make any of them yet. So that's going slower. It's a very interesting sort of say. It is logistics. Yeah. Anyways, I'm going to take the break and we will be back and I will see you then. What's up? Hello, we're back. I'm back. Let's get into it.
A couple of small clockwork timepieces that are just against the walls there. And you see a younger woman, probably like mid-20s, but going gray a little early on just one side of her head, who is currently going through one of these books. She has what looks to be a quill between her teeth right now, and she's kind of thumbing through the pages, kind of looks up. Can I help you? Takes the quill out, sets it down.
Hello, be pleased, beep beep. My associate and I would like to inquire about renting an airship.
Renting an airship?
Chartering it for a trip.
Okay. Well, for now, let's see. The ship Vusin is already chartered and is loading up to be heading northward towards Assyria. That is not available. The other one, which is the Dira, has been docked for about 4 weeks without use. So you could go inquire with the captain there.
Is that the crappier one or the better one?
It's the smaller one.
Okay. So we would charter from the captain himself, not from you.
Oh, well, the captain would pay us a cut based on what the description is.
Can you, just so I can do my homework, how much do you think a week's charter would run on an airship?
That is for you to negotiate with the captain.
Yes. Is there any way to book passage on the ship that's already moving northward?
As passengers?
That is not a passenger-based ship, unfortunately. That is actually working for one of the guilds. It is paid for use of their mercantile only.
Okay.
Yeah. How fast is that smaller ship?
Unloaded? Pretty quick. The cargo can load down ships.
Yes.
And how fast do you wish to go and where you are going? May I ask where you planning to charter this to?
Our mission is a bit of a hush-hush one. We'd better not disclose that.
Yeah, we are going to an ocean.
Perhaps it is best that we negotiate the price here than as opposed to with the captain.
What?
Yes, that would be preferable for sure.
Right?
Wait, what? Why? Who's the captain?
She stands up and walks over to one of the small windows that leads out of the terrace, and you can see another bell that's out there, and she kind of grabs the edge and bing, 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 ding on the bell.
Oh, the
goes
elevator.
back to her seat. I'm just calling the captain. He'll be here.
Okay.
A few minutes pass, and between the distance out the window, you can see a small rope ladder kind of drops.
What, the captain is attracted to the bell? There seems like there are so many bells for so many different uses. Why are they being so... Why is it so weird? What's going on? I guess they wouldn't want the captain chartering something illegal? Like so she wants the negotiations to be in front of her. This is interesting. I've never, it would seem like negotiating with the captain and this woman would be less hush-hush than just the captain. That's also true. Yeah. She's making it less hush-hush. This is a kind of, this whole like chartering ships, there not being very many of them, but them still being kind of available is very like Age of Sail, sort of. And it is interesting with airships, particularly, because I'm not sure why. I'm also not sure why he was. I know. I think he was probably just being silly. Airships are interesting. I'm debating because I'm trying to think if I've ever had an airship in my games. I feel like I must have in like maybe my first campaign, but I don't even think the players ever interacted with it. But I haven't had any in any since because they present a kind of logistical or a lot of logistical decisions for world building of what does it mean if these civilizations have airships. It makes them so much more connected, especially large inland locations. Like coastal places have always kind of to a degree been connected. Humans have been sailing, I don't even know how long, a long ass time. But airships connect inland locations in a totally separate way. You know what I'm saying? Because they can theoretically land, well, I mean, depending on the tech, they can land anywhere. Maybe they need a special, maybe they need like a special landing pad, you know? But largely, they mean that large amounts of goods and people can be transported long distances. Like, it interconnects every part of the world, unless geopolitics prohibits that, like it seems like with Wildmount. It presents a substantial increase in interconnectedness, whereas normally travel, transit, trade would be either within a geographic locale, like a continent, or it would be filtered through a port. Airships essentially release a port from needing to be on the coast. Not even to say what it does for things like smuggling. Yeah, it presents a substantial interconnectedness bump, you know? Matt's airships feel like sailboats, but flying. Yeah, but they don't need water. I think that's the big thing that I'm kind of honing in on is airships specifically because they go through the air. Don't need water, and that makes the whole world way smaller. Way smaller. In a situation where the world was already smaller because of like teleportation and such, you know? Airships only drastically change low magic worlds. And higher magic worlds, magic can do everything airships can do. I'll only disagree in terms of scale, right? I mean, if you're going the swords and sorcery theme, it has to be somewhat of a high magic world to make airships work, just broadly. But to your point, this is apparently the origin of airships, and it's a landlocked desert. It was a necessity to them, essentially. I mean, for them to become a power, yeah. In terms of trade. So it's like there are some interesting things, but it's very similar to prevalence of teleportation. I like teleportation circle a lot because it is very easily destroyable. It takes a lot of work to set up, and it can transport relatively few people and possessions per casting. Ships and airships, it's like a question of scale. And none of it's bad. I want to be clear on that. It just presents challenges. It presents challenges to like the theming and the tone of the world. It almost requires it to feel a little bit more modern. Whereas right now, everything feels very isolated. That I don't know that quite tracks with these airships the way that they are. I didn't really realize that, like, you could, like, I assumed that the airships were all owned by the government and were used, like, very sparingly, were very fragile, but they have, like, individual captain owners that are being chartered, which is way more flexible than I was implying it to be when they first encountered them in Amon, which is interesting. Even archaeologists aren't sure when humans started sailing. One of the lesser well-known theories about Homo sapiens got to the Americas is by boat. And we only got functional flying machines the last 200 to 100 years. Yeah. And magic obviously changes a lot of things, but it doesn't change that much. I don't know. Is there a 5e spell that can make a long-distance portal to transfer many carts worth of goods? I don't think so. I was trying to think about that, but I don't think so. And even if there was, it would have to be high level. I can't think of anything. Oh, Gate, you're right. Is Gate 9th level? Gate 5e. You're totally right. It is Gate. Yeah. It's a circular opening, 5 to 20 feet in diameter. Yes. Yeah, but it's 9th level. And every casting of it is 5,000 gold, and it only lasts for a minute. You could get a lot through in a minute. Don't get me wrong. You can get quite a bit through in a minute. But each casting of it is 5,000 GP. Yeah. Yeah. Gate isn't permanent, though. No, it's not. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a 1 minute spells aren't shit lol for transport. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, I think the real difference is the scale, and just like thinking about that and thinking through that in terms of transporting militaries, convoys, its impacts on cultural like bleed and like knowledge about each other's cultures, because you can transport large volumes of books and large amounts of people, and yeah, it would make the world feel very, very strangely modern. Yeah. Transport via plants is no money and only 6th level, but also lasts around. There are ways, but they're all inconvenient. And they would theoretically require very specific people of high magical knowledge. Because even transport via plants is, what, 5th level? Transport via plants. So, I mean, I guess in a high magic world, 6th level. I guess in a high magic world where there are a ton of casters rolling around, but yeah, you still don't get that scale. Yeah. I guess balloons don't really require that high tech, and lanterns have been. Yeah, but and that wraps back to the scale bit. Yeah. Of like a balloon, unless it's at the scale of a Zeppelin, which I would say requires a higher tech, than like a hot air balloon. You're still not getting that scale of transport. Yeah. I guess a government can a system of making a pocket universe that fits in small items, then one person carry those through the permit. Yeah. Wait. Pocket universes. One very have a regular micro universes for storage. Yeah, you're essentially saying like have a bunch of bags of holding and then put all of those bags of holding into a backpack, and then have one person transport that via teleportation circle. But the other thing with that is that it puts a lot of, it has to be like these small teams that could go rogue. You're not going to get like the roguish captain that's just working, off of like a commercial interest, at least largely, Teleportation circle is probably the most convenient, but also the one that leaves the most story potential. Yeah, because teleportation circle is easily destroyable, and it requires so much time and energy to build. Similar to a landing pad, but it's like a landing pad that is one fireball away from being a year of additional construction again, So even if you have a network of teleportation circles, they're very easily disruptible, and they're still quite expensive. One of the nice things about boats is that while you're sailing on them, they're actually not that pricey to run. They just take time. Yeah. I was thinking bigger than bags of holding, if that's possible. I guess Scalen's mansion is stationary. Yeah, there aren't really There are some pocket dimension spells, but not that could really be utilized in like an industrial way, like you're saying. Unless we go high magic again. Like if we go super high magic to where like gate and like transport via plants and all of these, like anything like 5th and above, if those are readily available to just general participants in the economy, like general industry players, then we are high magic enough that you might as well have airships. Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. If you want an interconnected world, that could be it could be a relatively low magic way to attain it. Like, depending on how you define and build the airships, they could function either on like ancient tech, or they could function with relatively, weak, or, it only takes a little bit of magic juice probably to get a functioning airship. But then it would, probably be a little bit fragile, open to dispelment midair, potentially. So you can put it in a low magic setting if you want that connectedness. But I do think it's going to impose a connectedness no matter what, as long as the people can hold their breath. Well, again, we're talking about industrial use cases. How many portable holes do you have? It sounds like if you have enough portable holes for consistent industrial application to the level of these airships, then we're high magic already, Yeah. Anyways, yeah. It's a interesting thought process, yeah.
And a figure walks over and then makes their way in. Inside, in kind of gold-trimmed armor, is a familiar sight, actually. This is Captain Damon, the one who actually brought you guys across the sea.
It's our Damon!
He walks in.
Are there not that many pilots, I guess, in the world?
There aren't a lot of skyships. You would know. There's probably maybe barely 6 in commission.
How fast did this one make the Kessel Run?
Only okay. Well, okay. I have to reorient my brain again. I'm trying to. They're kind of like rockets now, I guess. Because I guess that there are private owners of rocket ships now in the modern age that but there aren't that many rockets. Interesting. The only real difference, though, is that the thing that a rocket connects us to is not other people. It is just specific locations that we couldn't reach otherwise. That don't have any people. They are just places we want to get to for, scientific reasons and for, not extracting raw materials, but setting up machines. But there's only 6. There's 6, but there are private owners. That's really thrown me through a loop. I guess maybe this Captain Damon is more working under a letter of marque type No, but even in that case, they owned their ships. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. 6 total. 2 are currently parked here. Yeah. Rocket ships is a good comparison. Also think cruise ships. Cruise ships are pretty plentiful. There's quite a few cruise ships. Although I guess actually I'm saying that with confidence. I guess I don't know how many cruise ships there are. Interesting. I was thinking, is that Anka has more than usual? Yeah, I think so. Maybe 6 private owners? Yeah, maybe. I am If it's 500 cruise, yeah, that's true. If there are 500, you know what? Actually, let's Google it. I'm curious. I actually don't know how many cruise ships. How many cruise ships are there? As of October 2024, there were 323. That's not that many. That really, you know what? Fair comparison. That's not that many. I would guess way more than 500. Yeah. I know. I was also wrong. I also would have guessed more than 500. That's kind of wild. 302 from Wikipedia. 360. 454. Yeah, all like we have 500 to choose from. It looks like all below 500. Fascinating. So I guess cruise ships are, but cruise ships are like a very specialty vessel, which I guess these are too. Just gonna be smug about that. Yeah. I'm not sure if we know they own the ship or just have some sort of long-term contracts. They have long-term contracts to operate the ship as they see fit, because we know that they negotiate the contracts. I'll put it this way. The fact that there are only 6 used to work for the Tal'Dorei government. Well, this is. I am surprised that the Hand of Ord hasn't just seized these. Just straight up. Like, the difference between this and cruise ships is that cruise ships aren't really a strategic advantage. They're a luxury vessel. The government wouldn't really have any interest in having them, you know? And this compared to, like, rocket ships, and, like, I'm thinking about, you know, like SpaceX as, like, a private rocket ship manufacturer, you know, in the same way. It's like, oh, why doesn't the U.S. government just seize SpaceX? And it's because SpaceX does a lot of the heavy lifting management so the government doesn't have to, and they receive a shitload of subsidies to do so. Like, they're not NASA, they're not government owned, but they are in no small part government funded, but also they make money hand over fist. So it's interesting. It's very interesting. It's very... The governments of the world, Tal'Dorei, Marquette, not seizing these airships is very neoliberal of them. It is very neoliberal capitalist, which is like, you know, not off the table. It just seems unlikely in a swords and sorcery context, you know, where we're talking about a god emperor that rules over the city. I find it hard to believe that Devosa is like a huge fan of free market capitalism. That doesn't really seem like Devosa's vibe, I'll be honest. What would really break things? You could have reusable two-way teleportation, don't like a port key, but pair them up like walkie-talkie stones. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that definitely would, yeah. Gate stones, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. I don't know, but I also don't know if I'm being too harsh on this topic. It just seems that airships are so useful that I can't imagine Ank'Harel. I mean, I guess they get a cut. Maybe that's it. Is that the ships are all privately owned and operated, but they literally can't land in a port without paying like exorbitant fees. I know that's how a lot of sci-fi properties get around this, is that the airship is really only useful if you land them in ports and the governments own the ports and take a large amount of the cut. I also might not be understanding the scale properly because I'm just looking at like the military benefits of this. I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. The lady did say that, yeah. May you remind me what you're hung up on here? This feels tonally dissonant. Is the long and short of it. This doesn't feel like it quite fits within the rest of what I know about Exandria. Yeah. That's what I'm hung up on. Yeah. In the VM campaign, a lot of places they go seem to function as liberal democracies while having emperors. Yeah, I think that's kind of yeah. You think it's weird that they're private ships? I think it's weird that they are private. That they are private ships. If that like any old rando can just walk up and charter. Because even if we use the SpaceX example, I can't schedule a SpaceX flight to Mars. You know, even if I had the money, right? Or to the ISS or whatever. Yeah, I find it weird that they are so accessible while being so rare. Yeah, and that they are all privately owned. When they represent, at least if I'm imagining them right. If they're like a dinghy in the air, I guess that's a little different. But they talked about them like hauling cargo, and they have a cargo lift at the port. So I'm imagining them in an industrial complex, or in an industrial sense. And it just seems like they provide far too much power for those other three things to be the case in what is essentially a dictatorship, you know? Ank'Harel is under the rule of a god emperor. Yeah. I agree with you. Yeah. I'm still processing through it. It's about like what the tonal dissonances are. Yeah. It's weird how often they are democracies with emperors. That said, it's not unheard of. The royalty of England would likely be sure of all power if they actually tried to use it. I mean, that's fair. That's fair, but that's a relatively modern switch. And also the royals are not immortal. If the English royals were immortal, I don't think the current governance scheme would be in place. But for all intents and purposes, Jamad Sa'ord is immortal. Some people may have theories that it's a station, but like they don't even know who Jamad is. You know, you can't even point him out on the street. Imagine being inbred and immortal. Lol, yeah. Yeah, Sarah. That's sort of that's the line that my mind is going down. These seem like such a valuable resource to be like, yeah, that ship's been sitting in port for like 4 weeks. You want to go charter it? You rando Goliath and gnome that just walked up to me? Sure. Oh my god. Even Emperor What's-His-Name Taldore was going to step down and form a council before he got turned into Dragon's Pringle. That is true. That is fair. That's the closest that it's ever gotten. Yeah. Yeah, interesting.
It was a week across the entire Osmit Sea, and that was with some cargo on board. So it wasn't very slow. They would have taken a normal ship maybe 2.5 weeks.
Does Damon recognize us?
As he walks in, he goes,
Yes, are we ready to...
Wyverns attacked us.
We're not there.
We're not. I'm not there at all.
You're not there at all. Not at all.
Stop scrying.
Stop drinking in that damn tavern.
Finish the wine.
Captain Damon, hello.
Did I know you?
Yes, we've flown together before on the friendly skies.
Yes, that was a dangerous journey. Yeah,
It was, and would have been more dangerous had we not been there to protect you and your ship.
Indeed, I greatly appreciate that.
What can I do for you? He looks over towards the Argus. They're looking to charter their ship northward. I know nothing else more, but I figured the confusion here would allow us at least both to discuss this so we can negotiate the proper price. So, you talk, I'll be here to keep record. And she opens a fresh page in her tome, gets her quill.
Ledgers.
Oh, maybe we don't want any of this on the record for right now.
Okay. Remember that for the negotiation. Captain kind of winks at her. All right, so, we're very busy. Our books are full, and we have a few other individuals that are currently seeking use of our ships. So, what is it you need? Where are you going, and for how long?
This would be a week or less, the mission.
Looking to leave quite soon.
Maybe even tomorrow morning.
All right.
We'd be going north, correct?
Yes.
Yes. North, into the Osmond Sea and to a location that we would disclose to you once we get airborne.
You hear her voice in the back. Is that also consider that in the negotiation?
But also consider this. We are on a mission that's very important to the security of both Marquette and other continents, and we have friends in high places, and I will flash our little badge. Yes! the badge that Jaman Saor gave us.
Not your fake little star from pre-show?
No.
He looks at her and he goes, that looks very pretty.
Oh, this is given from Jaman Saord.
Doesn't hold sway.
I don't know who that is.
Yes, I didn't think you would.
The clerk officer says, wait, you're saying you got something from Jaman Saord. You saw Jaman Saord and you were given something.
Yes.
Yes.
Let me see this.
I hand it over.
She looks at it.
This is what I mean by total dissonance of, like, Damon, however we slice it, is a skyship captain, and Onkarel is one of the main ports. It's the creation of the skyships, right? Him never even having heard of the ruler of the location in which he assumingly does a lot of business would be like me, I don't know, not having heard of, like, Justin Trudeau. Like, I don't know. Yeah. But I don't even do business up in Canada. I'm a fucking Kansas boy. I've never even seen Canada. So this just, it feels... That's what I'm saying about the interconnectedness that the airships represent and how you have to make sure that that kind of propagates out through the rest of it. Hargreave, this is weird, yeah. Yeah, interesting. I'm going to be, because honestly, if my players had said to me yesterday, are there airships in this setting? Can we go and charter an airship, right? I wouldn't have thought of all of this. I would have thought of all of this for even a second, but it's just being presented to me, and that's why I'm thinking about it. And I'm like, man, I definitely should not put airships into my Saltmarsh campaign. Even if my players ask, it's a hard no. Which I would not have had that definitive of an answer this time. You gave me a star, think you were Canadian. Sometimes they slip in there, man. You can get a sneaky Canadian that slips into American spaces. This is for Americans only. The majority of non-Americans that are in this chat sound off. Woo! Red, white, and blue. You know what I'm saying? Oh my god. I barely remember the name of the prime minister of the country I'm from most of the time. I wish I had the luxury. Oh, I wish I could forget. Part of me wonders if Matt realized the oddity and that's why he quickly switched to the lady. Maybe. I'm Minnesotan. That's practically Canadian. It is. That is a little bit of a mini Canada up there. I have some family in Minnesota. I love them. Why not have airships just be powered by special magic rock that you mine? It could be so rare only the government manages it. My problem that I'm realizing, and the reason that I would never want to put it into this campaign is like Saltmarsh is supposed to be not like fully isolated, but like relatively isolated. And there are large swaths of like unexplored space around there, and there are secrets and all these things. If you add in airships to the mix, even in just like a nearby larger city, it takes the discoverability down so much, right? It removes a lot of secrets, and it unisolates a lot of places that were previously isolated, very not isolated anymore. That's what I'm really getting from watching this, is the weirdest thing that has been phrased so far. Like, I could kind of get over the private ownership, but like the idea of the airship captain not knowing Jaman just like instantly throws me out of it. And I would have to be on the lookout for those bombs. I would have to be on the lookout the entire time as the DM, dodging things that, like, when I'm improving, make intuitive sense. Like, hey, Damon's not a local. Like, maybe he doesn't know the God Emperor of this country. That kind of makes sense. He's a Tal'Doran. But the moment you add the airship into the equation, suddenly it so doesn't make sense. And so that's I don't want to have to deal with that. I don't want to have to deal with that interconnectedness of information that the airships provide. Especially when, from the player perspective, teleportation solves most of the things that they would need an airship for. And, you know, ideally they're going to get high enough level to utilize that. Yeah. It might also be that he does a good job and does not cause scandals, so he's not in the news. That's, well, yeah. That's good. That's nice. The more I think about it, the more I like airships that you need a special place to land. I think it depends on how fragile that place is, because then we kind of get into teleportation circle territory. And one of the things I like about the teleportation circles is how fragile they are. That's like a big plus for me, as like a world builder, not as like like a player. But as a world builder, their fragility is a big plus to me. So needing a special place to land can definitely work. And like, yeah. And like they get like stranded if they can't land there. That could work. But then that just that just makes them then boats that can land at any port. Yeah. Imagine skydiving into an area and having no hope that the skyship could come and get you. I think having a limitation is pretty important, and as far as we've seen at this moment, there's not enough explicit limitations, which like they could theoretically exist. But yeah, even beyond that, even if we have those, unless they're like often targets or something, I still think that for me, largely, the interconnectedness is a big issue. Yeah. Anyways. Feel free to continue talking about it, and I'm going to continue thinking about it. But I gotta cut the conversation for myself at some point. But you guys feel free to continue to discuss, because it's definitely an interesting thing to think through, like broadly. Like, how are they similar to other things? What do they represent that other things don't? Very interesting.
Very well.
Consider that a negotiation.
She looks over, meets eyes with the captain, and goes, we're going to go ahead. You let me know the price, and the palace is going to pay for this expedition.
I didn't know we would do that.
That is the most valuable necklace.
Opens the book and begins writing down a series of charges, and it's just racking up.
You just Babe Ruth that
All right,
shit.
it's totally fine. Totally
Pretty
fine.
card, man.
Totally fine.
We'll probably need to the brothel sparkling water, stacked.
We may need
brandy, lots of brandy for the trip.
maybe some servants and some masseuses.
Yes, we'll definitely need someone with a knowledge of the sea, both in the air and down below, the waters below.
The captain says, actually, we've got an individual just for that.
Oh, great.
Kind of looks back to the clerk. You sure? She's like, yes, it's fine. Not to worry. We'll talk when they leave.
And don't mind me, but I have violence on the mind at all times. Is there any customary sort of weaponry or defense that you can put on these airships during our travels? Just in case we run into the same shit we had last time.
And the counter goes, actually, after the encounter we had over the Osmond last time, I managed to outfit the ship with a brand new series of dragon arbalists, so this is going to be a well-defended journey.
Nice. Do they aim in, like, all directions?
You'll see.
Nice.
And you do recall seeing them when you were in Vasselheim. You saw them being kind of brought down and installed on the ship. That was the last time you saw the ship, so.
Can the ship be prepared to leave tomorrow morning?
We can leave in the next hour if you want.
Oh,
Stand at the ready. Our business is of great import.
Yes, Grog. Yes, it is. I think you should ring the bell to make this an official deal.
Can I ring the bell?
You can if you want to.
But I don't grab it and ring. I go bang one loud time.
The ringing is discordant and painful in the proximity of the cliff. Like, Gavin kind of chuckles to himself. So, in the morning.
We'll have to discuss with our associates, but be prepared as quickly as possible.
All right, I'll assemble the crew and we'll be ready within the hour.
Excellent.
How many of your crew will you have with you?
Let's see here.
Just ballpark it.
Yeah, it would be a crew of 8. Normally 7, but we have 8 now. So
And I'm sure this crew is your finest. No greenhorns, men you spent years with, trust your life with.
most of them, yes.
Most of them. How many do you not trust your life with?
There's one we've had on board for a short time, but she's definitely proven worthy.
Perhaps she should stay behind on this voyage.
She's the one with the mastery of the ocean.
She's coming with us.
Thank you, Damon. Oh, one more thing. I asked you this last time, but are you still single?
Yes?
Okay, just good. Good to know. Good
Don't
to
worry
know.
about him. There's a hubbub down in the corner. People just talking. It's the gold armor.
Go ready my ship.
Yep, go do it. We'll be back.
Right.
Why did you ask him if he was single? That was so awkward.
Vex really liked him last
Yeah, I
time.
know, but he thought you liked him. Now we have to like...
Oh, what? Everyone thinks I like them. That's part of my winky charm.
I thought you were saying that's part of your winky. I mean, that's not charm.
Okay.
All right, you guys, you've seemingly locked passage.
Boom! For free, bitch!
Jesus!
On the house!
I've been using this all over the place!
It's an MX black card.
Real quick, guys. Real quick.
We make our way back.
Real quick, though. On the way back, I'm going to go to the casino. Just real quick. Real quick.
Let's see this.
Just real quick.
Yep, I'm with you. I'm with you.
We're here. Now, you guiding back, just head right towards the Lux Run.
I don't know if this is where our friends are.
That's a shortcut.
Oh, okay.
We get outside. I pull Grog into a little alleyway and I say, listen, friend,
Yeah.
I'm going to go in there and do a little business. Can you do me a favor?
Play some music outside while you go number 2.
I need you to keep your eyes open. And I will minor illusion. Can I minor illusion a face of one of those guys who did the deal with me?
Yeah, you could. It's a still image. It makes no sound.
Fine.
It's very much an illusion.
Yeah, it's for him, to show him what he looks like.
Yeah.
This face, look
Yep.
at it.
Okay. The only thing I would say here. Even if you do wanna, pull a little bit of a funny as Sam, I would ask Matt about the timing of things, which I think that Sam is still not used to, of how long is it going to take compared to when compared to the time that the other people are waiting back in the bar. Because if it's within the time frame that they're waiting or even a little bit over, there's no in-fiction consequences, and you could view this as kind of funny, flawed behavior. And I guess even if it does take a while, you can still view it as flawed behavior, but the magnitude increases, and you might actually have to interact with it in fiction.
Lock it in. Foomp. I do the other face as well. This face, you see it?
Is there a test on this later?
There's only one test. If you see these people, grab them.
Grab them, and then what?
Do what Grog does best.
Just do what I do best when I see them.
But you won't see them unless they leave the casinos. Just stay out here at the door.
Outside?
Yes.
Cool.
You're my lookout man.
Should I have a code word if you know they're coming out,
Yeah, let's come up with one right now. Yeah.
Dijon.
Yep, there it is. Dijon.
All right, so while you're taking watch, you head into the casino.
Oh, before I go in,
Yes.
hat of disguise on.
Fucking Travis is just hungry. He's just thinking about sandwiches over there.
And what would you wish to look at?
Adult human male, goatee, pork pie hat, black jacket.
Seeking.
Just an ordinary man.
Yeah, Mr. Shorthalt, yeah!
It's Elliot or Costello, I'm not sure which.
And you walk into the Lux front. Being midday, it's not as busy as the evening you saw previously, but there are, I'd say about half the tables are still running, and they have clientele throughout.
I'm looking, in the interest of time, just going to look around for any of those two faces.
Make a perception check.
That's bardic magic, bitch.
Not much. 9.
You spend the better part of half an hour scoping through each floor. No sign.
I didn't go into their office, though, right?
No, okay. just through the bottom floor and going up and kind of just checking the hallways and the third floor, which you hadn't been before, which is more of like a lounge patio. It has more of like the higher stakes games. You can see there's some of the higher rollers and the.
And can I make my way to the office area where they had led me?
Yeah, I mean the door's closed.
Can I just listen outside?
Yeah, you take a listen. Doesn't appear to be any sound from the other side.
Damn it.
Can I go to the corner where I can see the front entrance and the side alley where I was and look and see if I see either of those two faces?
Sure, make a perception check.
This will go well. Total shit. 6.
6. No sign of him.
Cool. I'm looking at the wall.
Damn it. All right, I'll quickly dimension door inside the office.
Inside the office, thankfully you have your gnomish dark vision. It is dark in here. There are no lights. The table and chairs and the general decor of the room seemingly untouched since the last time you were in here.
All right. Is there any source of light around here or anything I can...
There are a couple of lanterns in the corner that could be lit with.
I will light one.
All right. You turn the lantern up, the light glows.
Going right into the desk looking for anything, keys, gold, contraband, weapons.
Investigation check.
Yes. 23.
23. Scanning through, you find the odd 4 copper pieces. You find what looks to be a couple of small books on... One looks like it's an etiquette, and the other one is written in a language you don't understand. But you gather it's Marquesian. You do also find some small notes, like a little name that is drawn on the inside of one of the drawers. It looks old, like it's been there for a long time. It just says Leland. And you find... that's about it.
Okay.
You get the sense this isn't like a stationary room that they use as a base of operations. It's almost like a rental space used when people want to come in here and do business, which happens often in a casino establishment. They want to make sure they provide to their clientele and all the necessary needs. And a lot of these rooms in the center floor are kind of to facilitate the meetings between the top and the bottom.
Damn it. All right, I'll do one more investigation check to see if there's any hidden compartments in the desk or around the...
Run into the ground.
24.
24. Nothing under the desks but the table that you're at. There is a small false bottom on each side. You pull it open, and there is a single dagger on each end.
Hook me up, son.
Apparently, for those that know, they're provided as a means of defense in case things in one of these meetings go wrong. But who knows this information? It looks like they haven't been used in a while.
All right.
Can I look around, see if I see other two faces now?
Sure, make an perception check.
18.
Nope.
All right, fine. I will take the daggers, take the marcation book, whatever that was.
Okay.
Take a huge dump on the desk. And take one of the daggers and dig a big piece of it and write on the wall, "The meat man cometh."
Wouldn't it be the meat man goeth? Oh, well, never mind.
And then I'll just let myself out.
Okay. You open the door.
I use Scanlan shitting on the bed a lot as an example of what he's grown out of. However, I will say that it at least makes a little bit more sense in this context than it did in the last one. Like, these are people that, fucked with him. So he shits on the desk. It feels like vengeance, revenge, rather than a random act of grossness, Yeah. Yeah, context changes it. Yeah. I'm trying to think if I have anything else to say about it. It feels like something I should have more to say about, but that's kind of it. Not a whole lot to say about Scanlan's marginal growth.
There are two people just kind of
oh wait, shit.
Walking through. They just kind of look, glance over at you and keep walking. Close the door behind you, and you have left your mark.
Okay. On the way out of the casino, do I see any familiar faces?
Perception check.
18.
18. No.
Ah, fuck you.
They seemingly know better than to return to the scene of the crime.
All right. Great.
For some people, for lesser folk, 400 gold can keep you going for quite some time.
Put some money on Red and Blackwire in there, just one.
All right.
You should try the dice game just once.
The dice game? Yeah. All right. Grog.
Yeah.
Want to come in and play once with me?
No.
Okay, great. I'll do the dice game once.
Okay, all right. So you walk into the table. There's 3 other individuals in there. Hold on, let me get paired here, since this is the first time we're really doing this here, which is kind of fun. Alrighty.
No, this is like the third.
Isn't this the 7 or the 12 game? The 7 or the 12.
The dice game.
Oh, I can do another game.
Whatever.
What's the other game? What's the other game?
The other 20 games.
Dice game's cool. There's the dice game that lives in the card game. Your call.
What's the card game?
Dice game is the 2d6.
It's a fast game.
What's the fastest one?
The
Let's do
fastest
that
one is the dice game.
Dice game.
Card game takes a little more time. Okay. All right, so for that is a 25 gold minimum buy-in for Evandra's favor.
Even in the middle of the day, the minimums don't go
I know.
down?
I feel like the minimum should go down in the middle of the day.
50 gold.
You've never been to Ank'Harel.
50 gold.
Actually, the party never stay where they are. All right,
50 gold.
All right, you throw 50 gold down. All right. So as you slap it down, still in your human guise, an individual to the left of you goes, all right, big, strong opening and strong scent. Scoots over a bit to the right. Go ahead and roll your dice.
No paper in there.
6.
6.
Double down.
6 is the double down.
Yeah.
6 is the double down.
You can go ahead and double the price to add an additional 1d6. You're going for 7 or 12.
Sure, yeah.
So yeah, roll one more die.
So 100 gold on the table. Roll one more dice. You want a 1 or 6?
I got a 5.
Oh.
So sorry.
I am very sorry, my friend. Shifts the coin away. 100 gold down now.
I just say, I hate this casino.
Any other games you want to play?
No! No, I leave. God damn it. Wait, what's the names that they gave me? The 2 guys gave me?
Oh, right.
Rug or something?
That was Rudder.
Rudder?
Was the half orc. And I have to go look up what the other one was.
It's fine. I'll just ask the dealer or the dicer.
Yeah.
If he's seen Rudder around.
He kind of.
Jesus Christ.
Just bleeding
5 more gold.
I go. Oh yes, Rudder makes his way around here on occasion. Every couple weeks.
This city has had its way with this Galen short haul.
You're never gonna get a kiss.
Take your finger out my asshole, Gary.
He doesn't seem to carry much change with him, so.
Are you trying to do this to me on purpose?
He looks at you strangely.
Yeah, I know. What was up?
You talking to Matt?
You keep coming back, man. I don't know.
Fine.
Do I see any half orcs outside?
You do not at the moment.
Damn. All right.
There is still Quan Adren Sal or Gamut of Ord if you're feeling lucky and want to make your money back.
I will point out that this is a comedic instance of something that I said in episode 1 of sometimes you just put walls in front of your players. Sometimes you go along with their kooky wacky schemes, and other times you say,
take a break.
Ooh, take a break. Other times you say, fuck you. You are not going to be able to find Rudder. I don't care that you're the meat man. You're fucked. Sorry. And that is, it works. It is both important in serious contexts and in funny, silly contexts. Where did the meat man even start? I think just in this casino. I don't think it's been used outside of that. And I have no idea what it's a reference to. If it is one. I think Sam just made it up. But I'm going to take a break really quick and then I will be right back. Hello. Let's see. I feel like we're about to get back to the progression. I think we're about to get back to a little bit of progress, so I'm excited.
In a million years now. This place, it sucks all my mojo. It's like the anti-mojo.
I feel a valuable lesson has finally been learned for the first time.
And I go out and I say, Grog, let's go home. But before we do, just slap me in the face really hard.
You sure?
Yes,
Ooh, really hard.
I need it.
Do you want me to use the gauntlets or no?
No.
If he doesn't roll for damage, I'm going to be offended.
All right, I'll take off the Titanstone knuckle off my left hand, and I slap him.
All right. Go ahead and roll a strength check.
18.
All right. You take 5 points of damage.
Is he still wearing the disguise? Still wearing the hat of disguise?
Yes, of course.
He is.
So would his head not be necessarily where his...
That's true. And with Grog,
Thank you.
being not the one who would remember that or
You
recall
aim for
that,
Heisenberg.
he goes,
I can't even get stuffed in the face right now.
I will ruin everything! I will ruin everything!
"It's a valid point.
I was so confused why a stranger would ask me to slap him.
All right, we go home.
All right. Wait. So way faster the casino trip. I've been waiting so long. Percival's been acting fucking twitchy since we found that body. So I walk over to him, sitting off at a table. Hey, Mr. Cool as a cucumber. Shush. Or come with me. Come have a seat.
All right, over here.
What's the matter? Yeah, it's her again. We're gonna find her. It's fine. You were huffing and hawing since we found her body. It's fine. What's going on?
I was really just hoping she was going to go away. That's all. I was really hoping she was just going to go away.
Well, she's gonna go away, Percival. If not now, later.
Every second she's alive is untold damage to the world. She is... Do you know how every now and then I say something just awful? I love you both very much for that. When I think of that terrible person inside of me, I see her face. She has a very active imagination. She knows how to make these machines. And her imagination terrifies me. If you knew that that was me, would you let me live? If she made 10...
Percy. My guy, I don't think you want to be asking these questions. I'm sorry. We're talking about someone who knows how to make guns and or other deadly machines and has an active imagination about how to do so? When are we going to start talking about Ripley? I don't know. Like, I think that Taliesin... Sorry, not Taliesin. I think that Percy has made it clear that he is very scared of her. But I talked about this in the Briarwood arc of very quickly after, we got the down low from Percy on the Briarwoods and how big and mean and scary they are. We very quickly got a display of the Briarwoods. And to be clear, we haven't passed that. I don't think we've passed the point where we're less than an episode from the reveal that Ripley's around. So we're very much within the time frame. So I'm hoping that Matt will give us something to kind of corroborate Percy's fear to an extent, because I can believe that he's afraid of them, but I also know that he was scratching and pawing at the ground in front of the Dryad because he was so scared of the Feywild. Percy's not always a reliable narrator, which is good. That's fine. But I'm going to be really looking for Matt to give the other players and us some evidence of Ridley's dastardliness. Because we just haven't seen it yet. We have not seen it. The players and us, the audience. Clearly, Percy's seen some shit. But if you're about to launch us into combat with her, where we're assumingly going to very straight up murder her, I think there needs to be some evidence of her crimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got plenty of that for the Briarwoods. And if we don't get any evidence for her crimes, that needs to be the conflict. That needs to be the drama. If we don't see her do anything bad and they confront her, I want Matt to say through her, what the fuck? Why are you hunting me? Yeah, I found out about these idols. I'm hunting them, same as you. What, you're saying you wouldn't have killed the vestige owner if she got in your way? You hired her, same as I did, right? Come on. You killed the last vestige holder. He was just sitting in his swamp, doing nothing. The nearby Singornians did not have an ounce of fear about the Archfey guy in the Feywild. Not an ounce. They did not give a shit. And so if we don't see any evidence of Ridley's dastardly evilness, I want this to be put to the party. Which, that's valid. That is a totally valid story direction that we could go down. Is, do they trust Percy enough? Does Vax, who Percy directly told Vax not to trust him, does Vax trust him enough to kill someone ostensibly doing the exact same thing as them? Exact same thing, so far. That's an interesting layer of drama. I'll be real, I don't think they're going to do that. I think that could be interesting. Especially if you want to play on the inter-party dynamics. But I think more likely, within the next episode or so, we're going to get evidence of Ridley's dastardliness, much like we got when they charmed Vax, and then later, to a greater extent, at the Sun Tree. Right? Those were kind of the two, and I mean, the entirety of Whitestone, just the way that it was also evidence of the Briarwoods activities, you know? But yeah, we'll see. Those are the two roads I would go down. You keep saying Ridley. Oh, it's Ripley. Right. Yes, it's Ripley. Right. Fuck, I can't even use this as a clip now. People won't know what I'm talking about. Fuck. No, that's true. That's true. Ripley. Yeah. The thing that I really don't want is for us to not see Ripley do anything that I can't imagine Vox Machina doing. And then they kill her without a second thought, and it is not even for a second put to them as a moral dilemma. That none of them besides Percy have seen her do anything crazy evil. I know it's hearsay from Percy, but she did torture him for the time he knew her as a kid. He has not said that to any of them. I think is the big thing, at least that I can recall. Like, I've heard that from you guys. I didn't have that in my notes, and I believe that it's come up either in his backstory video or what have you. But earlier in this episode, he said he didn't know her that well. He said he didn't spend that much time with her earlier in this episode. So as far as they know, she's just like a boogeyman figure to him. That he had a couple of bad interactions with. So even if I I can't remember the source of like the long-term torture thing, or what they know about it, but going off of recent stuff, he's not brought that up. And even still, that is still hearsay. And I would be interested in Ripley trying to play on that, trying to play on the hearsay factor of it, you know? He's mentioned it. He mentioned in the 20s episode that she tortured him to the group, but not since. Really? If you guys could potentially find that quote, I'd be interested. It's still an amount of hearsay, which doesn't really change my overall thesis here. It is all about what has Percy told them versus what they have observed. But even so, frankly, it seems as though the torture bit of it did not stick in his... It is not the primary bit of it. He's not bringing that up now. Like, I know that the torture is horrible, but he's not bringing it up, you know? He's an unreliable narrator taken to the extreme. He tells the part about the Briarwoods killing his family, and they get back to Whitestone, and they're all alive. Compulsive liar, Percy. Yeah. I mean, Percy is a self-admitted unreliable narrator. He told Vax, don't trust me. Like, incredibly explicitly. Via met Percy in jail. He put there after getting beat up by her hench people. What? I don't remember that. Maybe. But I mean, also, I think in that era, he's trying to kill her. Right? Because he said earlier in this episode that he tried to kill her multiple times. So you could argue that was like self-defense. and like a relatively passive self-defense at that. To just get, to see an assassin coming for you and just put him in jail. Pretty reasonable. I don't know. Yeah, we have not witnessed anything over the course of the campaign that we've seen. She's not done really fucking fuck all. Everything else is, filtered through Percy. So yeah, I will want either an example of her. I want a kick the dog moment, right? I either want kick the dog, or I want her to play on the fact that she has never kicked the dog and that Percy is unreliable. Yeah.
More of these things? Has she made 100? Does she just hand them out to people? Maybe, I don't know, maybe she's just running around and torturing people's parents and siblings to death and then handing them a gun and kicking them out into the world to see what will happen, because it could be funny.
You're probably right, Percival. She probably is.
All right, there's the torture part. There's the torture part. But still, my point stands.
This is not Lord and Lady Briarwood over again, though.
No, it's not.
You're not alone.
No, I'm not.
You have me, you have her, you have her. You have the other two Laurel and Hardy motherfuckers who aren't back yet.
I was so hoping that maybe...
I slammed some mead in front of him.
Thank you. I was just hoping something heavy had fallen on her from a great height, saving the world. A few thousand lives.
Well, we're going to be above her. Maybe we can be the one to drop something heavy.
That's really what I'm hoping.
Oh, I've been practicing that, actually. I can be really heavy.
That may help.
Yeah.
And she is the biggest mistake I've made, and I'm horrified by who's paid the price.
All the more reason for you to be the same cold-hearted asshole you've been for the last year. Why change now? Get the job done, Percy.
I'm counting to 100. I'll be fine.
It's not very often we see you shaky, Percy.
Once we're out of here, I'll feel fine. Once that thing is off my machine, I will feel fine.
Percy.
And I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of building something awful to help deal with her.
Hang on, wait, hang on. Because I was just about to ask if you ever have regrets of building something awful and releasing it into this world, and now you just said you're going to double down, essentially?
I've been thinking long and hard about it. I think inevitably, anytime I think of something, it might just be too late. I think I'm going to be very careful about what I build. I'm going to be very careful about where it goes, and I'm also going to ask anybody if when I die, destroy everything. Please, This is why I don't write down notes. Any of my sketches, they're put away and they're put in a place where I can remove them once the job is done. But I sketch my idle thoughts, and right now I'm having an idle thought for her, and it's simple. It's nothing complicated. It's just vicious.
All right, well, we can do that. We can destroy anything you make, but for now...
Yes.
Percy.
Yes.
Keep your head, man.
One night of sleep, I'll be there.
What exactly are you thinking of making? Because just because we can destroy your notes, I mean, you're still alive, and your gun still got into
Regardless
the
of what he makes, who wields it?
I have an...
Fenris is a horrible weapon, wielded by a horrible being before I had it. A gun can do the same thing.
You're arguably one of the greatest minds in existence right now, Percival.
That's a terrible thought.
But you are. And Vex isn't wrong.
I know. There are things that one day I will speak of that I'm not really ready to deal with yet. But I think I may even have something that could help us with the dragons. I have a thought. I'm going to work on it on our way to the island.
Now I'm nervous.
It will be...
And this is why I'm so adamant about this Ripley stuff, is because truly she's not that far removed from Percy. Really. Like, I know that we've like focused on the torture bit, but we've also, at last stream we addressed that Percy has maimed people and tortured them for information. Wasn't over an extended period of time, but the line between everything that we know about her and everything that we know about Percy is not that thick. It's a pretty thin line, which is interesting. Like, I like that in a villain. I think that's interesting because it does draw an amount of introspection. It allows the other characters to interact in interesting ways where, like, Keyleth is bringing up this fact and posing a kind of journey before destination question to Percy. And that can lead to some great character moments and interactions and growth. But I also think that ultimately, unless your party is okay with being very tribal, right, and is okay with being incredibly morally gray, Ripley needs to be more evil than him, right? I like that Ripley is so close to him, but before they kill her, she needs to become more evil than him. You know, represent the evil end point for him to an extent, so that they can justify killing her. Because if they can justify killing her, how are they going to justify not killing Percy? Especially when he has not seemed the most stable recently in, like, the things that he has asked of them and to them in, like, private moments. So, and like I said, unless your party is down with being super us versus them, even if the exterior morality and ethics seem similar, it doesn't matter because he's ours and she's not. But even in that case, even if your party's okay with that, I would want that hammered home. That, hey, the only reason that you are killing Ripley and not Percy is because you spent some time with the guy. You know? But we'll see. We'll see. I think I've laid it out. And now we just gotta let it flow, and we'll see. We'll see where this goes.
It will be something that once the dragons are felled, I plan on destroying immediately after. And I think you'll be all right with it when you see it. It's too complicated for any one person to really deal with. But I will feel much better if she is in the ground.
I'm interested in seeing it.
Percy, you know you can talk to us, right? You never share ideas with us, and
I do. I told you my idea of killing all the Dragonborn to start a war between the dragons.
All right, well...
That's why I don't share those ideas. I'm not proud of them.
Is this thing you're building going to kill a lot of people in addition to the dragon?
I hope not, but it could. It could make it very easy to kill a lot of people.
One day at a time, gang. Let's deal with Ripley.
Let's deal with Ripley.
All right.
Let's collect a few more things that will help us deal with home. Let's save home. And then I will spend some good time undoing some of the damage that I've done. I should have killed her. I should have.
You shouldn't feel regret about not taking another person's life. It's a moment of humanity.
It wasn't. I was not being kind. I was being selfish. I didn't kill her because the Briarwoods mattered more to me, even though I knew she was far more dangerous, that if they had escaped, the world would be darker to more vampires or whatever, but she was the genie, and I knowingly and very willingly said I'm fine with that. And I knew at that moment, this was not a thought I had later. In my head, I went, she's going to kill hundreds of people, and that's okay right now.
Percy, if you had stayed with her and let the Briarwoods go, a terrible god would probably be loosed on the land right now. I think you chose correctly.
I think I stumbled into the correct answer. I'm not sure I chose correctly. I think I got lucky.
Did you not want to kill her because in a way you feel responsible for who she is?
Oh, I feel absolutely responsible for inspiring a maniac. Of course I do.
Look, we're going to help you get to her. You're going to get her. You got to let us in on it a bit, though, all right?
I'll show you. Once I have something drawn, I'll show you what it is. And I'll have something drawn by tomorrow.
That's a promise.
That is absolutely a promise.
Also, I know you're really smart, but we're smart too. Don't insult our intelligence by assuming we can't comprehend one of your ideas.
Oh, no, you'll comprehend it. And it's not that I don't think you can comprehend it. I know you can. It's that I know what it says about me, that I even thought it. So.
Percy.
You've been drinking.
I have.
Elith, really, hold off on the alcohol.
So much.
We have a lot to do today.
So much.
I think my point has been made. I start moving Keela towards the door for some fresh air.
Just some water.
There's one more beer.
Come on.
I'm sorry I'm an idiot.
I love you, but I hate you, but I love you.
Percy,
I'm fond of you as well. Yes, dear.
you're a better man than you believe.
Thank you. I accept that compliment. You as well. You're a better woman than you believe. Doesn't feel good, does it? There you are.
Doesn't.
No.
Shit.
That's what you get for saying things like that. Terrible person.
But for a second, you also had one ball.
So we're waiting on our.
All right. So your companions arrive.
We're back.
We're back. Good news. Grog's Sweet talked them into giving us an airship for free.
Oh shit, Grog.
Grog did the whole thing.
Wait, what?
How did you do it?
Well, it's a very intricate and detailed process that
threaten them with
involves a lot of...
Violence?
You know what? It would be all over your heads. So just say thank you.
Let's just say that he's
Thank
a good
you.
reader of body
Did
language.
you really?
We got an airship for free.
Who's excited now?
I'm very excited. That's the
This
best
guy-
thing
You
I've
tell
done
me
all
didn't
day.
do anything.
We did
dirty.
nothing illegal. And to sweeten the deal, Captain Damon will be our Damon pilot.
That Captain Damon.
Did you tell him we were the ones with the wyverns? Because that's what I would have told him. Had I been there, theoretically.
That thought popped right into my head.
Really? Okay.
And on the way back,
Like kinetic or something.
Right?
I
Yeah.
won back the 50 gold I lost on the soccer.
You did?
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah.
You went in.
So I'm gonna leave Marquette totally evens.
Great.
Oh, that's amazing.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
I wish I could say that.
Oh, cheers to that.
Cheers.
Still back 1,000, this guy.
Yeah.
Unstoppable me.
And we can leave whenever we're ready.
Oh yeah, let's pack our bags.
Right now.
Oh wait, no, we still have to decurse the thing.
Right, we're waiting on that. That's why we're fucking going.
You guys go back down to the main area.
So many things.
So many things.
All right. So
Should we bring the weapon down?
That seems like a bad idea.
Once they're here.
Okay.
Actually, yes. Why not? Let's
It hasn't messed with us.
Yeah, then Trinket's with us again.
yes. All right. So you guys head back down to the main thoroughfare or the main area of the tavern.
Yeah.
There you see the same folks are there. You see Treva's there, and you see what appears to be a kind of shifty-looking guy, kind of a rather pointed nose, very shallow features, and he just kind of like hands are together. He has like a satchel over his shoulder, these kind of long, plain-looking robes, and his thinning, short, dark hair is like slicked against his skull. He has this kind of thin, kind of mustache goatee right there, and he's kind of sitting at the edge of the bar talking to Treve.
So he looks totally trustworthy.
Totally trustworthy. As soon as you guys walk downstairs, he goes,
That picture of you on the carousel.
basically, yes, but with a shorter, sleek hair.
I'm glad that's a thing again. I was really.
I don't know how to take that, actually. Based on how I just described the NPC.
It's more the grimmest.
Thousands of Twitch viewers googling like mad.
Noted.
Whoops, and then back die.
Disadvantage for the rest of the episode. No, you see, he goes, oh, and here they are, the ones who hired your help. Folks, I'd like to introduce you to Kine. He's one of our fine allies in the Omnivore Library here in the city, and I believe he can take care of your little problem. So, talk. And the guy kind of spins around on the stool at the edge of the bar. Goes, Okay, so I've been told that you require some sort of disenchantment type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Who am I talking to here? There's a lot of you. You, okay, come.
All right. I have an object that I... Okay, I have an object. So I'll just talk to that.
The type you might want to try selling him some of that Fusaka.
I have an object that I own that someone is tracking me with. They're aware of my whereabouts. They've put some kind of enchantment on it. I was wondering if I could transfer that enchantment to another object and send it in a different direction so that they don't know that we're following them.
That's possible, yes.
I would even be willing, if possible, to remove part of the object that I currently own and then replace it with something else if necessary.
Depending on the strength of the enchantment, I can take anywhere within the next few weeks.
Can I get you a drink? Are you all right? Do you?
Why? Why do you ask?
Can I insight check him?
I can insight check, yeah.
Yay. Just make a sort of a physiological check of his mouth shape. His jaw seems... Oh, new Matt character.
I know.
19.
19.
Oh! You know, at shop.geekandsundry.com, there's a lot of new items up for sale.
That's true.
There's like the mug.
There's the mug, there's
have that
rings,
model airship
patches.
yet?
Oh yeah,
Huh?
The model airship?
The model airship. It's life size. Nail wraps by Espionage Cosmetics, only $12.
Oh.
And don't forget, 1 week left on pre-orders for those silicone bracelets and the enamel pins, guys.
Alrighty.
Watch please.
So I'm gonna show him the gun, and I'm gonna say, "What do you think?" And I'm gonna show him where the enchantment
You're
is.
showing him the gun. We just said don't show people the gun.
We need to remove the enchantment from it.
He's a
If we can
mechanic.
remove
You
the
have to show them
enchantment, if it
the
takes a long
mechanic.
time to transfer, maybe you can keep transferring it after we've left. Is that a thing?
I can get rid of the enchantment. Oh, it's gone. Transfer, that's a time-taking process. It's much more expensive than what I was promised as part of this contract.
The contract
Dr.
was.
Tree previously back was like, I just brought you here to talk about it.
We just want to know our options, sir. And time is sadly of the essence. What do you know? What can you tell us about this?
Strange construction.
Yes.
Ah, I see what you're talking about. Just glancing, shut up! Glancing at the bottom of retort.
It's a good character. It's not even that good. It's not even that it's not like as crazy as like Victor. It's just their fucking laughs. It's all contagious. Oh my gosh. I do think this has something to say. Kind of like Victor with the black powder. It's one of the reasons that I like making like higher level spells, like restricted to experts, because then each expert is an opportunity as a DM, Each expert is an opportunity at their specific thing to like model their personality and quirks and behaviors, and really an opportunity to make an NPC stick in someone's mind. And sometimes you fucking land it. And it appears that Matt didn't even want to land this one. He's not even really that into it. He's just, shut up. This is a serious NPC. I've been there. I would like to know if the picture was famous before this, or if this is what elevated it. I don't even know what we're talking about. There's a picture of Matt on a carousel? Matt Mercer carousel. I don't know how to spell carousel. Oh, is it this? This fucking nightmare fuel? What am I looking at here? What? What is this? What? Why is McCree there? I know, because he voiced McCree. Or Cassidy. I have not been graced with this image before. That is an image. That is an image indeed. I have to assume that this is what elevated it. That one. I have to assume that this is what elevated that new thumbnail picture. I switch at this point. I do a hard pivot, and every single episode is just that image. That's very, very funny. Oh my goodness. Once one person starts, everyone finds it funny. Oh yeah, absolutely. I've seen this image thousands of times. That seems like a blessing and or a curse. Probably depending on the day. That's very, very funny.
It's a variation on a scrying enchantment with a hint of appears to be a message type base. It's audio only, not visual.
Oh, son of a bitch!
Can they track where we are?
They cannot.
Speaking of, I said, oh, maybe it's a little homebrew, little audio. Look at me. How does he do it?
Back location, but this is a joined enchantment. There are two pieces to this, and it would appear that wherever the receiving end is, they can probably hear everything around it.
Guys, this could be a gift. Think of the
She's hearing this right now.
If she's listening.
No.
I'm sure whoever has the other side of this enchantment is now well aware of everything we've just
Speaking out of
discussed.
character for a second.
Great.
Maybe we should take it out of the room.
No.
Who has the other side of this enchantment, by the way? And he suddenly looks extremely nervous, and beads of sweat start shooting up on his forehead. He's like,
I'll tell you what. You do the work quickly, you do the work well, and you follow a few other instructions of ours, and I will not say her name out loud right now.
It's
How
not
does that
worthy
sound
of
to
saying
you?
out loud.
What do you want? Disenchantment transference, tell me.
Not anymore. We just want the enchantment destroyed. But, and I will not say her name, so that she will know that you do not know who she is.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
For your own protection.
What does he say?
This is me giving you a deal, good sir. This is me showing you respect. And you, if you can hear me, and I get the sneaking suspicion you can, I'm not ignoring you anymore.
Wait. Before you do, a quick word. Is there a way to reverse the direction?
Reaches into a little pouch with some products on the side. Takes things, kind of crushes them. Sprinkles them on. Looks about. It's done. It's gone. Here.
What? Really?
Can I check it?
Yeah.
Scanlan, help me check
That
this.
fast?
All right.
You are very powerful, you.
What do we do here?
Make an arcana check.
Scanlan, help.
Yeah, I got a natural 1, sister.
Oh boy. 16.
Okay, as you're staring at it, you watch as the Ripley signature gets kind of very, very small, put in the bottom of the piece of white stone, begins to glow. So it goes, by the way, it takes a moment. Put your face away, please. And as you pull it back, it just flashes and then goes dark again. And now it's done.
Okay, now look at it again. What's it look like?
Looks the same.
What do you mean it looks the same?
Meaning, like, the signature's still there, the stone's still there, but that slight essence of slight enchantment that was there before is gone.
You wouldn't have to know where to get some construction materials on very quick notice.
No.
You wouldn't be able to identify something for me.
Oh yes, go ahead, do that.
You just seem so smart, isn't it?
This was not part of the agreement.
Darling, you're already here. Please.
And we didn't say your name.
Make a perception check.
We didn't say your name.
That's not what I got. I will pay you.
How much?
How much do you want?
It's like a tree. Tree goes,
Just to identify something, that's all.
Something simple.
100 gold, please.
100 gold. Darling, it seemed effortless for you to do that before. Is it hard?
I'm sorry, I can't be here any longer.
Fine.
And he gets up from the stool.
Shit! Fine, 100 gold, whatever. I just want to know, can you just look at this, please? It's a tea set. It's gold. Isn't it beautiful?
Takes it from you, and his hands are kind of clammy as he pulls it out of your ass. And he kind of looks over the tea set, and it's kind of like ding ding in his hand. He doesn't really know what to do with it. And he kind of places it on the side, and okay. I mean, he's like breathing heavily into it. It's like fogging the side of the metallic tea set. You can see the sweat kind of dripping off of his nose. He's still very nervous about this whole endeavor. Wants to get out of here as soon as possible. All right, this is a tea set of envenoming. Whenever you produce some sort of a liquid imbibement within the tea set, it's guaranteed to be a bad day for whoever drinks from it.
It's so good we didn't drink from it that one time.
Does the liquid hold its potency, or is it just within the
For a day.
Good to know.
Lovely.
Excellent.
Will someone die?
I'm not a master of poisons. I just know that it poisons.
Thank you so much.
He takes it and holds it, and it's like, 100 gold.
Of course, dear.
Thank you. And as soon as he lets go of it, puts it in his pouch, and good day. Chief. Careful next time. And he darts off outside, busting through the door into the alley. And Creep says,
I was imagining the FBI agent from the Frighteners. I was having like a lot of that. Yeah.
I was imagining the Creep music video from Lonely Island.
Kinda. Yeah, actually. He was like, now that was fun to watch.
That guy was weird.
He's a weird one.
Yeah. But
I knew he'd do the job, but honestly, I kind of like watching him twitch.
Thank you. That was very helpful. That was very helpful.
So
they don't know that we're coming because they don't know that how we're going or why, because we have spoken all of that outside of the range of that device. They don't know
the gun
any
was
of
in
that.
the other room.
All they know is that we found the enchantment and killed it.
Should we melt it just in case?
No. There'll be no more melting of my property for a little while yet. I have a bit of a quick shopping list before we head out of town. I was wondering if it would be possible just to gather some quick supplies if some of your people knew where to get simple construction
and potions of healing.
quickly today.
Potion, just head to the Suncut Bazaar. I'm sure you can find a few folks.
Oh, right, the bazaar.
We usually get ours from, just looking through this. Let's see, there's,
Are we staying here for the night before heading out? No. Or we're sleeping on the ship?
There's Usab, there's Nisaba. Those are the two I know at least.
Saba and
Love
what?
sleeping on planes.
Usa and Nisaba.
And they'll give a good deal?
Perhaps. Yes, good nicely.
I need lumber, I need steel, I need lead, and a couple other things. Very simple. Just some materials. I'll show you what I'm building and I'll have you figure out the number.
It's all right.
Just loaded straight on the ship.
What you're looking for is the Bone Garden.
Bone Garden?
It's northernmost side of the Suncut Bazaar. They deal with a lot of the, not guild-run sales of various construction. More for the residential folk here in Uncle.
That'll do.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just, fucking brew up some steel really quick. I've talked about this a dozen times with Percy, so we don't need to rehash it. Percy/Taliesin. We don't need to, and I will say something that maybe I've said before, maybe I haven't, I can't recall. To Percy/Taliesin's credit, this is a very high magic setting based on everything that we've, been anytime that there has been a delineation of low, medium, high, maybe it's not quite, the highest. We're not in Spelljammer territory, but we're definitely in the top third. Maybe right at the 66th, percent. So I can give Percy /Tal. I can give Taliesin, an amount of understanding there because it is in that way he has been encouraged to think about this as the modern day and think about things that you could get relatively easily in the modern day. And to levy a compliment, I like that he said, I will send you what I'm looking for and you can send me the number. That sounds like it's going to happen all off table, which I 100% approve of, especially for big personal projects. And especially for the acquisition of materials, right? You want to both give the DM time to come up with a reasonable number. That's one of the ways that you keep D&D economies in check. Because I've talked about the wild chaos of a D&D economy before. But it's also a way that you don't take up too much on table time with your own personal stuff. That really doesn't need to be role played. That sort of just gathering materials sort of stuff. Unless it is rare materials. Then that can be fun. So yeah. Thumbs up generally.
All right, so, for the sake of brevity here, what are you searching for?
I'm trying to get enough construction material to build a very, very basic 125-pound mountable cannon that I can move around the ship on wheels, and a little bit of shot for a cannon.
Right, for sure. Okay, to be fair, you kind of do have to do that during the session because, because they're probably going to take off this session, so... Just a very basic, mountable, movable cannon. Just a basic one, right? Just a basic amount of materials. for a portable cannon. And just some shot. Me and Taliesin have very different ideas about how easy it is to transport and manufacture raw goods. Even in a high magic. Even in a modern setting. He did want to make a sun-powered death ray earlier. This is true. Right, casual little portable cannon, right? In
About
portable
5 pound,
form.
5 pound shot.
Okay, I mean...
Simple, but it's going to be a son of a bitch.
There are cannons made, like that technology does exist.
I also love when Taliesin tells Matt what is simple within the world. I think that's my biggest Taliesin pet peeve, is when he world builds what is simple and what is complicated in Exandria. Because it's just so ludicrous on its face. And if so much of it wasn't above the table, I would think that it is Percy, but so much of it is just when Taliesin and Matt are talking, man. I live near a steel mill. I own a modern vehicle. I sometimes have trouble transporting the amount of steel I need because shit's heavy. Yeah, man, it's fucking heavy. That's so crazy. He's trying to build one, so I guess he's looking for iron and wood. He said steel earlier, but I guess he's. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna try to. I will say, if I was at the table with Taliesin Jefferson, Jeffy, and he had been doing this sort of stuff, I think at this point I would say, hey, for anything that you could not make yourself with your own 2 hands at this table during this session, if it's anything like that, assume it's going to take at least 2 days, and you've got to give me a session of notice. That may not be true for every time it happens in fiction, but like, I need to think about these for a second, and frankly, you need to think about these for a second. Fucking crazy, dude. Percy will invent the Tal'Dorei space program. Yeah. Building, rocket fuel is a really simple chemical formula when you break it down. I mean, it's nothing like... it's just so fucking... I don't want it to be endearing, but it's almost a little endearing. I don't know why. I think it's because I am also a pedantic smart boy nerd. And so... I think I see a little bit of me in it, of an alternate reality me, if I didn't do as much theater as Sam. And I joined robotics club instead of choir. But oh man, it's so funny, man. I find it really funny that Percy spent like 30 minutes talking about his terrible invention only for Matt to go, cannons already existence. Just a basic, yeah. It's a simple rocket ship. We're not, this isn't get colonists to Mars. This is just a simple atmospheric orbit. Just like, hey, I'm only talking about like twice around here, right? I'm only talking about twice around here, guys. It's yeah. It's something that goes in a text, yeah. To be fair, rocket fuel is actually fairly simple chemically. That's why I chose it, Daniel. It's because I could see him legitimately saying that about rocket fuel. And really, all a rocket needs to do is not fall apart during the ignition event, and then you let momentum do the rest. God. Oh my gosh.
But does something that small that can move around a ship exist? This is something like 4 people could pick up and move around.
That small. The few things they have here are like still kind of they're magically based fired. It's similar to the Dragon Arbalist installations kind of thing. It's not so much a gunpowder based explosion, since that in itself is mostly unutilized. This is a metal tube that contains an enchantment that throws out like bursts of energy. So you can purchase a base for one of those constructs. That would definitely cut down the time. So if you're going to make a cannon, that's like an endeavor. That'll take you a long time. So you could
a base will do, and I've got and I just need to build a thing to build cannons.
Okay. So it takes you the better part of the day to even find out, asking around, because Treve doesn't know anything about where to find a base for a cannon like that. It takes the better part of the rest of the day pushing the dusk for you to find out where that can be purchased, and that's going to run you about 60 gold.
I'm good with that.
It's not enchanted. It's just
60 gold, and then a little extra to make cannonballs and otherwise, and so
okay.
Just get them to deliver it to the ship. I'm sending everything to be delivered immediately to the ship.
Okay. So yeah. Anything else you want to compare?
Potions. I need healing potions. Who needs healing potions?
All of us.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Sure.
On street level sales here, and asking around them.
Also, I just want a small note. Get who to deliver it. This is something that I can much more get on board with. This is a flaw from his noble background. But like, do you think that all of these places that you're buying this from are going to hand deliver this to the pad? You would probably have to pay for porters. Or they might not even have porters. You might have to hire that shit from somewhere else. If it's even possible. They might just say, no one's going to carry and lug around these giant iron things. That's what you have a crew for. That's what most ships have a crew for. It's for that kind of manual labor. Where's your crew? I guess there's your crew, if we're being real. Just a bunch of people wheeling a cannon through the busy streets. Yeah, just send the young porter boy. Get an urchin off the street. As Sam has always said, we just need a boy. We just need a boy, and they will take care of it. This is ridiculous. This is silly.
The most you can acquire are probably any number of the regular healing potions that you may want, the base level. And it looks like through conversations, at most 5 of the greater can be purchased.
Okay. Scanlan, can you come with me?
Oh, yes.
Can we find a guard, a hand of ord?
Yeah, not too hard to find at all, actually. Quick look around and hand of ord, especially here in the market.
Flash the thing. What am I flashing it for?
I want to talk to him.
Get the cube out. Oi, mate. We're friends. We're friends with Jamonsa All.
We're not making a street deal right now.
Oh, I thought everything was here.
This could be part of your problem here.
Really? Ord kind of bends down after giving you a weird eyebrow.
I'm a normal human man.
We met.
You're still in your.
I forgot to take it off.
So you're a normal human man in non-Oncarel attire. Shows off.
Yeah.
How did you come about that?
We met with Jamonsa Ord earlier. We have their blessing.
Make a persuasion check.
18.
18 total?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, what can I be of service to you?
We're in need of some healing potions. I'm assuming as a guard of the city you have access to quite a few?
I could probably muster a few from the barracks, yes.
Yes, some greater healing potions would be wonderful.
Get what we can spare. We still have to keep enough to maintain our watch. Wait here. Give me half hour.
Okay.
You guys wait for when he comes back with 6 regular healing potions and 3 greater.
This thing is the best thing ever.
I know.
I'm not holding anything, but it's still cool.
6 regular? Okay.
And 3 greater.
3 greater.
Will never go away.
This is what we can spare from the nearby barracks.
Thank you so much. The raid is appreciated.
If I could have your names, just to be safe that everything is...
Be pleased. Vox Machina.
Vox Machina.
And then I want to buy like 3 more greater.
All right, that's 1,500 gold.
Can I say I haggled?
Roll a persuasion check.
It's going to be 1,800
Any
gold.
20-sided die will
Shut
go.
Shut up!
Big money. No way.
Natural 20!
Oh!
What's up?
The sorcery is strong with
What's
it,
up?
apparently. What do I know?
Through diving between two different locations that sell these potions and forcing them to basically bid back and forth for your business, you manage to work it down to 1,100 gold pieces for 3 greater healing.
Good. It's a good haggle.
It's like Amazon.com on your phone. You're going, huh?
All right, 3 more greater healing
shipping.
potions. Sounds good.
You saved 400 gold.
You know what?
Want to kick some of that to this guy? Well, I've been
thought you
helping
were
you all
leaving.
day, shuttling back and forth between those two.
Can I insight check him?
Go for it.
Not going to work, but I hope it does.
Make a deception check.
Oh, it's high. You're fine. It's not that good.
27.
Remember, you can also add your own inspiration die if you want to.
No need. Let's see here. You said 27?
Yeah.
26.
For the first time, you see a crack in Scanlan's short hall. Veneer, you see a bit of sweat at his brow, and as he mentions this money, suddenly you see this quiver to his smile. His teeth shine not as bright as you recall. And there's just a taste of desperation you never knew was there at the mention of money.
The faintest nosebleed.
Darling,
Yes?
we all have off days.
I've had a whole off city.
We're about to leave.
Please, can we?
We can. I won't tell anyone.
All right. So like 200 gold then? Please,
I give him 50. That's lying to me.
Thank you. I want to go away from this place.
Let me get back to politics.
Please.
Yeah.
Right, minus 1,100.
Like, imagine this whole campaign's over, Scanlan Shorthall comes back and just, like, cleans out the casino in vengeance. The airship hard-boiled. And then monetarily, but that works too.
Scarface.
Even though it's dusk, should we mount up tonight?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go get in the boat.
Let's head.
Ship.
Let's head to this guy's ship.
This is really happening.
I'm so excited.
We've joked about it for ages.
Indala. Indala.
All right, you all make your way to the skyport.
Yes.
It would have been so much sweeter if we could have stolen the airship, but getting it for free feels
Pretty
right.
good.
We got it for a steal.
Yeah.
There you are.
All right, so
That's terrible.
You guys make your way up to the terrace platform above the skyport. The larger ship you guys saw earlier is no longer there. It has taken off, and now all you see before you is the ship Dira that is currently down. The 6 chains have been reduced to 2, and it appears to be at the ready. It is, as opposed to where it was kind of in a resting position, it is now the fan on the side unfurled. The crystals themselves glow with a faint blue energy signature. As the dusk sun begins to set, it's much more prominent now, and what appears to be a series of 4 rope ladders have been dropped from the side of the actual ship.
Ladies, your chariot awaits.
No, I make sure Scanlan goes first.
All right.
All right.
I turn around and wink at him. I was like,
All right, you guys make your way up the rope ladders. This is indeed the ship that you made across, although it has a new paint job on it. It looks a little bit nicer, but it also seems to have seen some disuse. You make your way onto the board, and there you can see familiar ship hands that go around, kind of nodding to you out of recognition. Some of them like pulling up the rope ladders behind you. You see 2 on the bottom that are now like unchaining from the edge of where it's latched onto the side of the ship on each side. He keeps it latched into the skyport, and Captain Damon comes up to the top to greet you.
Very well. I see that you've come to begin the journey. Well, it is a pleasure to see you all again, safe and sound. Although you are missing one, 2 actually.
Yes, we're a bit thinner. It has been difficult, and we have friends elsewhere preparing for more difficult times. Are you aware of what's going on across the sea?
I'm very aware. That was the guild that owned the ship and ran our business disappeared in the attack, and we've been kind of set adrift and making our own money and ends meet in the meantime, doing odd jobs here and there.
Well, if you're interested, we are definitely moving towards correcting some of these problems. Quickly.
If you do.
Okay. If the ships are owned by prominent factions, a la governments or large private organizations like a guild, a la SpaceX, I can get on board with the 6. And potentially, even in that case, then, mayhaps Damon just did Iman to Asilra runs. If he was maybe one of a suite of captains that the guild employed, and thereby did not know about the ruler of Marquette. maybe. I can suspend enough disbelief for that. I can get, okay. That makes more sense. I was balking at there being 6 and one of them being owned by a single dude. But it wasn't. It was owned by a guild who was seemingly supported by the government in Iman. But since Iman's fall, he's left with the ship. Okay. I can get on board with that. And also, I feel like, yeah, Pike and Tiberius. I feel like it must have been. I mean, Tiberius, I remember a whole thing with Tiberius on the ships. That was where I learned about what telekinesis did in Pathfinder. And with all the knives and shit. But I don't remember Pike being there, but I guess she probably was. That was before they kind of gave her a long excuse to be gone. Yeah. Dude really benefited from the whole conclave thing. Honestly, huge come up for Captain Damon. Getting one of 6 airships.
Take a break.
Seemingly all to himself. We've got like 2 minutes left. I'm not gonna take a break. We'll keep going. Yeah. He probably benefited the most out of anyone. Get a cool vehicle with this one neat trick. Pike was there for one session while they were in the air. Gotcha. Okay, yeah. So then it would have been Pike and Orion, yeah. Interesting. How do we know he wasn't? It was all damaged so that he could get the cool airship. That'd be crazy.
Tell the guild that the ship crashed, because as of right now, it's technically my ship.
Is this an insurance thing?
The guild owned and ran the shipping business, but I mean...
Oh, no, yes, I'm a deep believer in insurance fraud, of course.
No oversight.
We're friends here.
We're all
Secret
friends.
to safe
You're
husband.
good, you're good.
So, I'd like to know where we're going, as it is part of the deal to be kept secret until boarding.
Actually, if you don't mind, we're heading north. Once we're away from port, we plan to inform you of our destination.
Tomorrow.
North it is. Very well. And he pulls a whistle from his neck and blows it really loudly, and everyone unleashes the chains from the side. They clanch down, slamming onto the terrace deck below. The ship kind of lurches and lifts up a few feet just naturally and finding its own balance based on the enchantment of the crystals. You can stay on the edge if you'd like. You're welcome to find your quarters down below. But we are about to make sail. He walks to the edge of the ship, or the middle of the ship, the back where you can see he goes ahead and directs the position of it and controls the crystals themselves. And the giant dragon-headed arbalists now see installed on the side, and they're like the giant, heavy crossbows that are bolted on the side. These large spears. The ones that you were using in the fight before, they're nearly twice the size as what they were, and the front of them have this giant kind of dark metal dragon head that is built around it. Yes. It's been definitely fitted to be a much more badass airship than you remember. It lifts up, and as the last bit of the sun disappears below the distant horizon, and the city of Ankarel stuff lighting up for the evening time, you take up into the sky, slowly turning northward towards what you can see is barely visible, the silhouetted edge of the mountain range before you, the Agrad Mountains, making your way to the rest of your journey. And we're gonna go ahead and take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute.
Take a break. Okay, heading towards the mountains. Easy opportunity for a fight. Lots of flying shit lives in mountains. So I feel like we're probably, next section, maybe a fight over the mountains. And then we might just, track down. My guess is that they are going to make up enough time in order to enter the dungeon. I think that Whisper is going to be in a Sphinx Mountain-esque underwater dungeon in the Osmot Sea. Maybe at the bottom of a big old cyclone or a whirlpool or something. That could be kind of fun. So they have to fucking... I just got the visual of it. I'm picturing this giant whirlpool in the Osmot Sea that all drains down and empties into the dungeon where Whisper is. And they do a fucking skydive off of the ship and into the whirlpool. Just And then they're going to be progressing through the dungeon, but unlike Sphinx Mountain, Marrowglade Lock, they're going to be discovering a bunch of traps that have already been tripped. Enemies that once patrolled these halls and are now dead in their wake. And they follow this trail of solved puzzles, tripped traps, and all of this to Ripley in the vestige room. Fuck, maybe she's even in the middle of like battling a vestige guardian or something, and they fucking third party the the final fight that Ripley and her party are having. So then there's this neutral like vestige guardian party. I'm thinking that's all in like episode 69. So like 68 is we're getting there, and then they skydive in. And then 69 is them going through the dungeon and ultimately confronting Ripley, is my current thought. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. It's going to be interesting because I'm curious about how it's at the bottom of the Osmit Sea. But what does that mean, right? Like, is that like a shipwreck? Or, you know, like, are they going to actually need to, like, have water breathing? Because that's not something that any of them have considered up until now. Well, not even up until now. I've just considered it. I'm sure that Ripley thought ahead. Interesting. We're going to see. Seems like other cities would want to seize the ship now that Iman isn't there to dissuade it. Honestly. Yeah. Or if it could be a potential where maybe Damon is willing to do like dangerous runs over like dragon territory. So they're willing to let him stay independent because he'll do like the dangerous things. But he seems to have a pretty free leash, if that's the case. So unclear. He also might just be faking it, right? He might be faking like he's still under the guild, right? To Isilra and to Marquette. And he's just like not mentioning that like the guild isn't really around anymore. So that they don't try and seize the ship from him. That could be kind of interesting. Sphinx Mountain sounds like a Disney ride. It does. For Ankarel, the guarantee is called We Have a Dragon. It's also true. Yeah. I think you made a few predictions. I wonder if there's a reason you have that number in mind. Oh, because it's the last time that there's a gray background. I mentioned, I think maybe 2 streams ago, that I am pre-aware of when backgrounds on the thumbnails change, because I pre-make all of my thumbnails with a little dot for the entire run of that color. So I'm aware. I swear I can understand jokes in person. I swear I swear when someone says them into my ears, I can get them. Fuck. Damn it. Are we going past break? I don't think so. Because at this pace, I also feel like more's gonna happen in the second half than happened in the first half, potentially. I think I'll be pausing more. So I think that would put us out to like an 8-hour stream, and I don't see myself being fun that long. We're at an awkward, if it was 6 hours that we were at right now, I would say hard no. But we are at an hour time, at an hour mark where it's kind of, it could be up for debate. But yeah, I don't think so. I don't think we're going to go past it. Yeah. And so the tradition of episode 69 begins. Oh, I can't wait. But anyways, that was a good one. It's an interesting one. Simultaneously chanting pass break. No. Nah. Roll a d20. I don't even know where the closest d20 is. Does that make me lose my DM card? Do you know where the closest d20 is?
I mean, I have 2 on my desk. Wow, I have 2 on my desk.
Oh, wait. They're all over here.
Isn't that crazy? That I have 2 on my desk and you have 0?
All right. Ron Quixote, I think that's fair. But I don't even want to give it that much of a chance. If it's a nat 20, Paige is a bigger D&D nerd than me. This is the dice. This is my favorite one. This is the one that I make important rolls with. All right. There's the 20. Paige can come in to adjudicate. If I get a nat 20, then we keep going. All right. I'm unhooking the camera so I can face it down, all right? Dun dun bum 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 bum. Hiya! Uh-oh. Where'd it go? It's back there.
It's an 11.
It's an 11. It's an 11. I'm sorry, folks. You know what? That's a good method, though. That's a good method if I'm not quite sure. Reroll? No, you guys don't have advantage. You were not that convincing. No, use the lucky feat? I don't think any of you have the lucky feat. Gee, Herka, do you have a better idea now? No. That'll be, I think, the general tone that I end the stream on. Yeah, I had a long discussion about Ripley this stream, but not really. Other than what motivates Vox Machina, you know, in like get vestiges, get power, get money, get ass, I guess. But yeah, no, not really. I mean, Percy has said some stuff, but he is like definitional unreliable narrator at this point. But I'm really hoping to see. I'm really hoping and am optimistic that we get either... That's Scanlan's motivations. That's true. That is specifically Scanlan's motivations. VM are searching for vestiges to defeat the dragons, though. Yeah, I got no clue what she's searching for them for. Which, I mean, to be fair, an outsider looking in doesn't know that VM's doing that, right? Most people don't know that they've killed both the dragons until they tell them. So, that is to say, I don't know what her motivation is. Like, VM are getting the vestiges, you're right, in order to kill the dragons. I have no idea what Ripley's motivation is. At all. Same as VM to kill all people. Yeah, no, it has not been clear. Percy had a whole bit about how he was very worried about like her imagination and all this stuff, but yeah, we didn't get any specific villainous goal or motivation. So I either need if Matt wants to keep her motivation vague, that's fine. But I need a kick the dog moment to show me that she's way evil on screen. Because we've gotten some reports from Percy. But she honestly, I mean, she sounds evil. But like, I said it earlier, not that much more evil than Percy. Which, I mean, he himself is struggling with. So I need an on-screen evil kick the dog moment. Or I need her to try and plead to Vox Machina that she's actually not evil. And maybe she is, maybe she isn't. Or third option, we get a villainous intent. If her intent in gathering all the vestiges is to, I don't know, bring back Vecna. We'll use that as an example. Or actually, no, the Briarwoods were trying to do that. If she's trying to make herself into an ascended gun god, actually, that's kind of badass. I don't know if we can call that evil. And also the Raven Queen ascended. So no, we can't have mortals ascending being the evil goal. I don't know. I truly don't know. If her goal is, I guess, world domination, like maybe if her goal is to get powerful enough to like join the Chroma Conclave, that might be an evil goal that would prove her evil and villainous. But right now, I just don't really have it. The most evil thing I know about her is that she tortured Percy and his family. But we don't know motivations. Again, Percy's an incredibly unreliable narrator. Not to say I don't believe that it happened, but, you know. And Percy has gotten pretty close to crossing that line. So, she's just not that far away. I need a little bit more to ultimately take her on as the villain. We'll see. I feel like my question or my outstanding, desires are going to be answered in some form in the next 2 episodes. I'm confident about that. We should call Kick the Dog and Pet the Dog, Kick or Pet the Bear. Yeah, I need her to... Dude, if they walk into the room and she immediately shoots Trinket in the face... That's not even that villainous, really. He's a feral bear that will rip her face off. But it would set the sides. That'd be crazy. Oh, man. But I will leave it there. Kick or Pet the Bear, this is canonically evil. I mean, maybe it's a good test then. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. I had a ton of fun, and I am excited to wrap this up. No stream tomorrow, and we will finish Critical Role on Sunday. Sunday. And then we will be doing something else. What's your drawing? Is that me?
Yeah.
What? That's not me.
I feel like that's decent for my ability. For my skill level, that was pretty good.
I'll be honest, I look much more white than this person does.
Yeah. I wanted fun colors, so I wasn't just gonna use black. I don't know.
Oh my goodness. Anyways, we're going to be playing Outer Wilds Echo of the Eye DLC with Paige couple stream. Friday or Saturday, I'm going to post an event about it. Get pumped. And I'll see you all later. Goodbye.